Hi, welcome back, guys. This is your friend, the DN WhatIf, with another fanfiction. This is the movie of What If Kai Uno entered the world of My Hero Academia. All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details, and go to the story link to say hi to the author. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now, let's get into the fanfic. My life. Hero. A profession that only existed in comics and movies, is now a real-life dream that humanity had ever achieved. In this world, since the discovery of the first child who emanated lights from his own body, many people around the globe born with unique abilities. Later, these superpower abilities were identified as quirk, and 80% of humanity in the world was with quirk. Due to this, many people took on the role of heroes, while others used their quirk to commit evil acts. Crime rose, of course, but there were many good people in this world who took on the mantle to fight crime and protect the peace for the goods of societies. Famous hero, like All Might, appeared, and many other great heroes, also, including my parents. However, even so, I just wonder, what does it mean to be a hero, anyway? Am I even cut out for it? This is the start of my story, the story of me, Kai Uno. My Hero Academia. It was just another normal day. The sky was blue, clear as crystals. The sun was high, but not too hot. The time was middle of May, so the temperature was mild. I was walking to my middle school in my school uniform. The winds blew a little through my white bang of hair with black edges. My deep brown eyes looked up, noticing an airplane flying by. My skin was pale, but the bright sun didn't bother me. I continued walking as some kids in the same uniform I wore, including, but not the same, female students also walked by me. As you can tell, I didn't have a friend or anyone accompanying me. When everyone seemed to look normal and peaceful, I heard a huge noise of metal cranking and concrete being smashed. "Yo, there is a villain on the loose," yelled one bystander. "Holy crap, really?" another person said. "Let's go and check it out," declared a different person. I went to see what was going on, and when I did, I saw a crowd of people. But that wasn't what caught my attention the most. I passed through the crowds of people to the front in order to get a better look. "Please get back, everyone," I saw who said that when I got to the front. It was a hero. This hero wore like a firefighter, except he wore a white mask with a single red lens-like eye in the middle of his face, you can say. I looked at the railway highway. A giant villain whose head shaped like a shark was rampaging on the railway. I also noticed a hero in dark suit growing tree branches out of his arms was going to stop the villain. "Oh, here it comes." I turned to my left shoulder, noticing a boy in school uniform, but didn't look too familiar to me. He did wear the same uniform, like mine, but I bet he was in a different classroom than me. "Show us something flashy, Tree Man," a man with spikes around his head yelled. "Preemptive," said the same boy as Tree Man began his counterattack. "Lacquered chain prison," Tree Man declared. But just as he did, something, or rather someone, kicked his targeted villain, making his attack a miss. Everyone gasped, but I didn't look surprised. The villain was stopped, and the mysterious, giant attacker introduced herself. "Today is the day of my debut," she stated. "My name is Mount Lady. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." Most of the guys took pictures of the new heroine, which I also didn't find it surprising. I just sighed and left the scene, heading to my school because I was getting late. Well, everyone. I know that this is too early to ask, but time flies when you have fun. So you guys better think about your future, said the teacher. What I mean by that, I mean your future high school, of course. Our teacher was particularly over-exaggerated, but I like the guy. "So, have any of you decided to go what high school?" he asked. One student raised her hand. "I already decided mine, sensei." "Me, too." "Me, 3. One after another. Everyone already decided to go. I really like my class. Everyone was kind and so youthful. "Of course, you decided to go that school, right, Kai-kun?" one of my classmates asked directly. I snapped out of my thought. "Oh, yeah. You're going to the famous UA, right?" said another classmate excitedly. However, the only thing I didn't like about my class was that I was the only one with a quirk. "Man, you're so lucky to go to UA, Kai. It's lucky that your parents are both famous heroes," stated by my other classmate. Yeah. My, parents recommended me to that school," I admitted. "Ha ha." Our homeroom teacher laughed heroically, although to us it sounded a bit too weird. Well, Uno-kun, I'm jealous of you. And I'm sure everyone's here is also jealous. But we're glad that you're going to UA, so. Suddenly, Party rappers popped out of nowhere, and balloons just magically appeared. We're going to throw you a surprise congratulations party, the teacher announced excitedly. Yeah, congratulations, Kai-kun, everyone cheered. Hey, isn't it too early to do that? I shouted. But nobody listened to me. I really like my class and I do. But to be honest, I was the one most jealous. I was jealous how everyone else was normal and probably going to do something that they want to do. For me, it was different. Later that day, after school ended, I headed straight home. Welcome home, baby brother. I was welcomed by the loudest, yet obnoxious voice. Hi, sis, I greeted normally. This is my older sister, Kyoko Uno. She was currently wearing a red t-shirt and short blue jeans with a pink apron over her skimpy clothes. She was also very curvaceous and big around her chest with long dirty blonde hair. She was 8 years older than me, working full-time as a hero. Her alias was… Well, I guess I could tell you that later. How was school today? She asked as she was cooking, while I sat at the dinner table. If you wanted to know, our house was big. You could say we lived in a high middle-class house, with 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, 1 on each floor, pool, and underground lair. I will tell you about the lair later, too. May, I replied. Just another normal day. My classmates and teacher did a surprise congratulations party for me. Oh, is it about that you're entering UA, right? Well, congratulations. She hugged and squeezed me tight in between her breasts. Thanks, but the pot. The pot is steaming, I hardly breathed. We ate dinner together. Usually, it was only between me and my sister. My parents worked full-time, but they sometimes worked overseas. Like I said before, both my parents were famous heroes. My father, alias Captain Time, had the power to control time, while my mother, Space Girl, had the power to manipulate space. They were the most famous married hero couples, almost famous as All Might, the greatest hero in the world. Thank you for the dinner. We both finished the foods. Well, better get the dishes done. My sister took all the dishes and washed them all in less than 5 seconds. Oh yeah, did I also mention my sister is also a hero, too? Her quirk was super speed. She got that from our grandpa, my dad's father. Well, I'm going to bed now, I decided. Okay, she said. Good night, little bro. I jumped into my bed and looked at the time. It was still 8. Too early for most kids around my age, but the early bird gets the worm, like what my dad always said. My room was normal. I had posters of professional sports athletes, few anime characters, and even video games. I also had my own figurines decorated on my shelf next to my work desk. All the essentials thing that most normal boys would have in their bedroom. But unlike someone who didn't have quirk, I had a stack of books on basis of heroes or heroes training. My parents, despite that they weren't here, pushed me to become a hero like them. My sister also supported me and even trained me to master my quirk. I appreciate everything they do for me, but I still wondered, is this all I want to do for my life? Is becoming a hero the only thing I can do in life? These and other questions I have were something I always ask every day. But in all honesty, I kind of know the answer from my bottom of my heart. That answer was that I didn't really want to be a hero. Heroic act. Ooh ah, I screamed as I hit hard on the wall, leaving a massive impact left on the wall. This was a memory from my past. I was only 5 years old at this time, and my older sister was training me. Come on, Kai. Is that all you can do, my little bro? She asked immediately. I coughed up and threw up. Gah. Big sis, please. I don't want to fight anymore. Can we stop? I begged her. But she didn't look convinced and just replied me with a stern look. You're not going to become strong if you give up that easily, she said. You got to fight back. A hero never gives up. Hero never gives up. That is something I don't get. I thought as the flashback of my past ended there. I just ended my meditation training, and the huge sand clocks that floated around me just stopped with the last grain of sand poured into the bottom glass. The room I was in brightened when the light turned on. The door opened, and I exited the room. Remember I said that we have an underground lair at my house? Well, this is part of the underground lair. My parents built this during the early time of their hero career, but now currently it was used by me and my big sister for training. It was very useful, helping me to prepare for the UA High School's entrance exam. UA High School is the most prestigious high school for young quirk users to come and train to become a hero. A lot of model heroes graduated from that high school, including both my parents and big sister. In fact, I think since it was opened, every generation of my family went to that school. Although I feel indifferent about going to that school. Hey, sports, my sister spoke through the speaker. This lair also had a speaker audio system that connected to the upper floor for communication and other purposes. I walked over to the wall and pressed a button on the intercom. Yes, sis. Breakfast is ready, so hurry up or you'll be late for the exam, she stated before the comm closed. I went to the elevators, and it took me straight upstairs. I exited it out to come into our house's hallway, and just around the corner was the dining room. I sat down and ate my breakfast. So, are you excited for the entrance exam? Nervous even? She asked with her eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement. Not so much, I replied in the most confident tone I can say. My sister gave me a big hug again in between her chest. Oh, my sweet little brother, don't worry. I'm sure you will be fine, she said in a childish tone, trying to soothe me. That's great, sis, but you're choking me again, I complained as I felt like my lungs being squeezed. After I ate, I got my backpack and went straight to UA. Luckily, it wasn't too far. The UA entrance was fortified, but the gate and the front door were the dream school for everyone who wants to enter and learn here. It was spotless and shined like a beacon of hope. I stood in front of the school, looking at its architecture. It was impressive indeed, but I didn't feel too excited to be here. Ooh ah. I turned over to my right shoulder and saw that boy, who looked familiar. Hey, that kid. I thought aloud as I saw the curly hair boy saved by a brown, bowl-cut hair girl. It looked like she used a quirk that manipulates gravity or caused someone to float in the air. I let them be as I went my way. But that curly hair boy, he looked awfully familiar. My Hero Academia. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to my one and all show. Everybody say he-I. Nobody said anything, except for the sound of silence. I'm excited as you all, too. It shivers down my spine. The DJ-esque man exclaimed. This was Present Mike, a pro hero, and apparently one of the faculty staff here at UA High. Oh my god. It's voice-type hero Present Mike. The curly hair boy marveled nervously, as I was just below from him, or front of him rather. I listen to him on the radio every week. This is incredible. The lecturers at UA really are pro heroes, he whispered excitedly. Shut it. The boy behind him grunted. He also looked familiar, and I think I saw him at my old middle school sometimes. He had a spiky blonde hair and looked a bit of bully. If they both don't shut it, then someone would. Now pay close attention, listeners. We'll be testing your mettle by doing a 10-minute practice run at our replica city district, Present Mike stated. Everyone gathers at the designated area after this meeting. Ya dig? Okay? I looked at my serial number sheet for the exam. I remembered what my sister told that even so, I cannot pair with a friend or classmate to work together. Luckily, I didn't have a friend or even see my classmate her, since they all went off to their own high school of choice. The screen behind our presenter lit up and showed 3 silhouettes with numbers from 1 to 3 and letter P next to each number. In the battlefield, there will be 3 obstacles you'll face. They'll be in different varieties, with points valued scaled according to difficulties, Present Mike announced. The screen changed to show a character in a red hat and blue overall attacking. Each of you must use your quirk. Defeat as many villains as possible as you can. Your goal, listeners, is to rack up as many points as possible and get a high score. Oh, and don't do anything against the rules or anti-heroic things. That's a big no-no, you know what I'm saying. Excuse me, may I ask a question? Everyone and I turned our attention to glasses-wearing man with his hand up in the air, and then pointing his sheet with his finger. You presented us there will be 3 obstacles when clearly that there are 4 printed on our handouts. Such an error like this would be an embarrassment to the very face of a top-tier national school of US caliber. This young man, I could tell that he was smart and very studious. Although, maybe a bit too studious. He then turned and pointed his finger at the curly-haired boy. Moreover, you there. Can't you sit still for even a second? You're distracting. The curly boy looked shocked, and then sad. Sorry, he apologized as he sat down on his chair, looking very somber. I felt kind of bad for him. But this was an exam, after all. Sorry, presenter Mike said. But be patient, listener and others who are concerned. There is a reason for this, and I shall explain it now. The screen lit up, now showing the 4th obstacle. There is also a 4th type of villains you'll encounter that only worth 0 points. They are what you would say in video game arena trap, so I best advise you to avoid these guys even though it is possible to defeat them. But it's not worth it. Another thing my sister said to me in preparation was about this. Even she encountered this 4th type of obstacles, but she also said to me that they may have updated the exam since her time. So even with her advice, there will still be surprises. Thank you very much, sir. Sorry for my interruptions. The eyeglasses wearer bowed and sat back in his chair. Well, that's enough for me. I wish you all good luck, listeners. Say yeah, he shouted, but nobody replied. Plus ultra. As everyone splitting up, I saw the curly-haired boy looking nervous. No time for me to worry about other. I thought as I went to my designated meeting place, My Hero Academia. When I arrived at one of the meeting places, I saw many kinds of examinees. There were some who looked big and buff, while others who looked short and small. I even saw one girl with 2 rabbit ears on her head. There sure are a lot of examinees here, I thought as I looked. Then again, this is UA high school entrance exam, after all. A lot of people joins, but the only small amount of people would pass the exam, and a lot who doesn't. I hope that maybe I can be one of the. Hello, I jumped, snapping out of my thoughts when the girl I mentioned was in front of me. I tripped over and hit my back. Oh, are you okay? She asked. Yeah, I'm fine. I got back up, recovered. Sorry to surprise you, but I just want to talk with you a little because you look interesting, she said with a smile at the end of her sentence. Okay, I replied. Oh yeah, duh, I forgot to introduce myself first. She stuck her tongue out, making that one certain emoji look. My name is Sakura Tsubomi, but you can call me Usagi. Usagi was a girl at my same height. She wore a standard pink shirt, short sleeves and with hoodie, and pair of short, blue jeans. She also wore red sneakers with unmatched colored socks. Go! President Mike shouted as everyone else already ran off. What the? Hey, what's the big deal? Usagi yelled. Sorry, gal, once I say go, it's show time. You better hurry now, President Mike responded. Oh man? Well, see you later and talk to you later. Bye. She waved goodbye as she ran off, and then hopped away. That was weird. But anyway, I got to get going, too, I thought aloud. I entered the replica city district, and I got to say, it looked impressive. It made me feel like I was in a real city. My sister advised me to look for the enemies, rather than wait for the enemies to come for you. It's best to find one under a little time limit, which was 10 minutes in her exam. In my exam, the time limit was exactly that, 10 minutes. Luckily, and sort of unfortunately for me, one enemy showed up, and then detected me. Target lock on. Initiate counterattack. The robot stated as it pointed laser gun at me, and then fired. I reacted quickly enough to dodge. I got to destroy this thing quickly, and find another one soon, I said to myself as I mustered enough energy into my left fist, and then punched my first villain. After 5 minutes or so, I stacked up 80 points. Luckily and unfortunately, I met and fought one enemy after another. There were other quirk users around me, trying to find the next enemy to destroy, but I may have destroyed most of them. Hey, that kid there. I think he destroyed most of the villains here, shouted one guy. Yeah, I think you are right. Who is he? Another person complained. Kaya, I heard a scream, and then went to see what happened. That was when I saw it. Usagi, the rabbit girl, was stuck under a rumble by her foot. It looked like she was injured while she fought an enemy, and speaking of the devil, there was it. The 0-point valued villain, and it was huge. Damn it, sis. You didn't tell me that the 0-point villain is this huge. I complained mentally to myself. However, that wasn't the time for that. That girl, Usagi, was in trouble, and someone got to save her. The other examinees took the advice from President Mike as they ran away to avoid the fight with the huge robotic behemoth. I wanted to avoid the fight, but... Help, someone. My foot got stuck in the rumble, she cried. Her cry for help made my heart sink, feeling a huge responsibility. As much as I wanted to avoid something like this to happen and let someone else does it, I had no other choice but to help her. I ran over to Usagi and tried to lift the huge object over her injured foot. Hey, it's you, she remembered. Yeah, it's me, I replied as I just successfully lifted off the rumble. Can you walk? No, not really, she replied in pain. I quickly carried her in bridal style and ran off away from the villain, but it chased after me as it had a target lock on us, or more specifically, me. At this rate, I don't think I can outrun it, I stated. Sure you can. Just run as fast as possible, like Speed Girl, Usagi beamed. Wish I can run fast like my sister, but I don't have her quirk running through my vein, I remarked. Say what? Your sister is Speed Girl, Usagi gasped. I stopped and looked around, and then saw a good hiding place to put her. Wait here. I will go and fight. Wait, you should just run. There's no point to fight that thing, she yelled. It doesn't matter. That thing is still lock on us. So to make it leave us alone, I have to destroy it, I responded. She stared at me, looking admired as I faced forward to the behemoth itself. The behemoth targeted on me and began firing its attack. I ran as fast as possible and then slid under it. Then, with all my might, I put all my power into my right fist as it glowed in bright red color. Kick this! I punched so hard into the giant robot that it caused a huge explosion through the top of its head, causing the rest of its body to crumble into pieces. Usagi, and the others saw what I did with their mouth gaped open, and their eyes looked like they would pop out of their sockets. I came out of the fallen wrecks with some cuts and bruises, but still able to stand. Phew, at least that's over, I said. And time out. That is all, folks, President Mike announced. And I got to say, I saw quite an impressive sight. Woohoo. Meanwhile, in some dark, private rooms, the examiners saw what we did in our practical exam. Well, it looks like we got some satisfactory results. More than what we expected for this year, said one of them. Yes, indeed, said another person. And this boy here, one of the screens zoomed at me. This boy, Kai Uno. He is Captain Time and Space Girl's son. Ha, ha, ha. One figure laughed heartfully. He walked out of the shadow, revealing to be the very definition of bodybuilder and superhero. He had 2 yellow bangs sticking up for his hair, and he smiled very wide. So, this is the famous cosmic duo's son. I see. I got to say, I'm impressed. He said very over-exaggeratingly as he pointed the screen with a thumb up. I told you, All Might. My little bro is strong. Another mysterious shadow came out of the hiding. It revealed to be my older sister, who now wore a tight-skinned silver and red suit, and a yellow mask over her eyes. You proved me, right, my good friend, Speed Girl. This year is going to be so much fun. All Might exclaimed as he laughed very joyfully. Speed Girl didn't pay too much attention to All Might, but she looked at the screen where I was being shown. Kai, my little brother, I'm very proud of you. You truly are a hero, just like our parents, she thought as she smiled brightly. For another whole week, I waited for the letter of acceptance or deny, and on Saturday night, it arrived. I looked at the letter with the official seal of the UA High School. I removed the seal and opened the envelope carefully. In it, there was only a small device, when suddenly, it projected a holographic image of the most unexpected person. Hi, little bro. The holographic version of my sister greeted me so loudly that I back-flipped over in my chair. Sis, I gasped. I know what you're thinking. You're very surprised that I'm the one who would say if you are accepted or not to UA High School, she said. Well, to tell you the truth, I have a bad news for you. My heartbeat beeped faster when she said as I listened closely to her. You are accepted into the school. Congratulations. Random coffee popped in the holographic image, with a big word, congratulations, flared up before it turned back to my sister. You are officially a student at UA High School, little bro. Excellent job. The teachers were so impressed with your performance in your entrance exam, especially saving a fellow examine in peril. You're a true hero, kiddo. You earned 75 points for fighting, but you earned 60 for rescue points. Random noise of people applauding was heard in the hologram. Your mom and dad would be so proud of you. And they already got the message about it, she added. Well, Kai, see you soon and welcome to UA High School. The hologram ended there, and all I did was just stare at it and think to myself. That was the day when my life really began, and where my questions about heroism, began to grow bigger. New class, new school, same old thought. It was Monday in the second week of April. Today was the first day of the new high school I am going to, the famous UA High. It is the most famous, prestigious high school for new generations of heroes are born to be pro-heroes. I would be lying saying that I am excited to be here. I really didn't feel anything so special about it. It is just like any other high school, except this one has a tight security, but I'll explain that later. I woke up early in the morning to get on time. I really didn't know what was waiting for me, but I just hoped that I at least survive and try to fit. Hey, it's you, N. Hi, remember me? The familiar girl was the same applicant I met during the exam. You, Usagi, correct? I asked. Yup, she nodded, looking very cheery. You remember me? Good, man. I can't believe we're going to the same school together. I just still don't believe how far I've gotten here. I looked at her as she looked a bit calmer and sort of sad. She quickly shrugged off the glum look and smiled at me. Hey, I just remember something. I didn't ask your name when we first met, did I? She asked, sweating with a worried sweat. Oh yeah, my name's Kai Uno. I introduced. Why, nice to meet you. I already introduced. But to make it proper this time, my name is Sakura Tsubomi. But you can call me Usagi. That's my nickname, she greeted as she shook my hand too excitedly. Say, it would be cool if we go to the same class together, she said as she accompanied me for the rest of the time. What is your homeroom class? I checked the paper slip I received in the mail a few days ago before school began. I am in class L1, I answered. Neato, I am in class L1 too, she exclaimed as I felt a bit of sweat drop on the back of my neck. We arrived at the UA High School. We stopped for a moment to look at the school's exterior front entrance. Wow, amazing, Usagi admired. Come on, let's go in, I stated. Wait, hold it, Kai-kun. She stopped and grabbed me near to her face. She had her smartphone in her other hand and made a pose, making a flash sound from his mobile device. I don't want to just start the new high school life without selfie, you know? Usagi said excitedly. I take a selfie to make good memories. I see, I replied. As we then walked to the school's main building, I noticed while walking that familiar boy with green hair. It looked like he was talking with a girl, but he seemed like he was acting kind of nervous with her. My encounter with them will be explained later. Usagi and I walked down the beautiful, clean hallway. Here at UA High, there were only 2 hero courses, but due to some high number of applicant passing this year, the first-year hero course is split into 3 instead. That would explain my new homeroom class. Here it is, Kai-kun. We stopped at a huge, tall door. Gah, it's huge. Usagi's eyes elongated with a surprised look on her face. Why is the door so big and tall? It must be for anyone who has gigantism quirk. Like that new hero, Mount Lady, I explained. Oh, that explains it, Usagi agreed as I opened the door. Usagi and I entered the classroom. Surprisingly, our new homeroom class looked smaller than I thought. There were only 8 other students. Hey, are you guys new here? One male classmate asked. The boy who approached us was a human boy with pale skin, large green eyes, and sandy blonde hair that covered most of his ears. His height was around my same height, 5 feet and 5 inches tall. He had one long strand of hair on the top of his head and pair of longer fangs or mantles on his mouth. For his look, he looked half Japanese, but his other half was unknown to me at this point in time. Hi, my name is Sakura, but people call me Usagi. Usagi introduced first. And this is my friend, Kai Uno. Nice to meet you, Usagi and Kai. The name's Alex, but you can just refer to my nickname, Eli, Alex introduced. Nice to meet you, too, Sakura smiled until she noticed female classmates. Hey, girls, hi. There were 3 other female students. The first one had spiky, boyish-like hairstyle, with the left side being green and the right side golden color. She had an androgynous look, making her look more of a boy than a girl as she wore an eye patch over her left eye. The second girl was little shorter than the first one as the first girl was the tallest, with short dark purple hair, pale skin, black eyeshadow, and black lipstick. She looked sort of a goth, but that would be also explained later in the story. The third and last girl was sleeping at the desk, with the first 2 standing around her seat. She had long, brown hair and due to the length of her hair, I couldn't explain her look for now. Oh, Usagi looked at the first girl. Sorry, pal. I mistake you for a girl. You're a dude, right? Oh, no. The first girl shrugged. I am a girl. A lot of people mistake me for a boy. Sorry. Oh, okay, Usagi grinned. My name is Sakura Tsubomi, but you refer to as Usagi. The second girl spoke as she opened her eyes. She had them close a second before. Huh? How did you know what I was going to say? Usagi questioned. My name is Muru Takino, and my quirk is telepathy, Muru said. Name, Muru Takino. Quirk, telepathy. Whenever she closes her eye, she can able to read another people's mind. However, due to this, she can also read people while she is sleeping, which could cause an annoyance and major headache after she wakes up. My name is Makoto Takamukai, the boyish girl introduced. And this sleepyhead here is Junko Neru. ZZZZZZZZZ. Junko snoozed as snot bubble inflated and deflated. Well, nice to meet you all, Usagi stated excitedly. Kai watched the girls talking together, already starting a friendly relationship. You sure found a nice girlfriend, Eli teased. What? She isn't my girlfriend, Kai assured. Just kidding, man, Eli laughed. By the way, did you know you're actually one of the big talks about at this school? What do you mean? Kai asked. In other words, it means that you are a very popular student despite the school year has just started. Eli and I turned to see another classmate of mine. This student was also male. He also looked half Japanese, but with dark skin, indicating that he is from an African lineage. His hair was wild, eyes blue that looked like a hawk, and his hair had 2 white strands. He also wore very big eyeglasses, a typical kind that people would classify as nerdy. You must be applicant #84, said the mysterious lad as he stood too close to me. Yeah, I responded, looking too uncomfortable. Whoa, easy there, little brainiac. Eli pulled him away from me. Give the man some personal space. Oh, my apology. I just want to get a closer look at Mr. Kai Uno, replied the boy. How did you even know my applicant hash? I asked. Elementary, he replied. Let me properly introduce myself. My name is Tatsumi Curate, and I was quite impressed when I saw you during the practical entrance exam a few weeks ago. Oh, I remembered something. I think I may have seen you before, but didn't know who you are then. My. It's an honor for me to be recognized by an applicant. Young hero to be. I feel touched, Tatsumi said proudly, as he then laughed happily before he snorted a bit while laughing. I looked around the class, noticing my other classmates. There were 3 other students, and they were all guys. One had a spiky red hair with some orange strands in the hair, with sharp yellow eyes. Another one was a student with bold, shaved head who was playing a video game. The last boy was the most interesting looking, and who will be one of my most challenged people to get along with. He had a normal blue hair with dark sapphire eyes, but the interesting part was that there were 2 horns sticking out from his head. There was also a green reptilian-like scales on his left side of the face, and around the neck. I also noticed a tail on his behind. Just as I finished scanning my new homeroom, the school bell rang, telling that it was time for the first class. We all promptly sat down on the desk, and my first class began, the first of many that would cause me stressful for the rest of the year. Good morning, students, I gasped to see who just came into our homeroom. My name is Haruka Uno, your super ultra plus homeroom teacher. Also, I go by my alias. She quickly spun herself around, transforming herself from her tacky skirt and suit to a tight-skinned silver and red costume. Speed Girl, she introduced. Most of the girls, and 3 guys, Ellie, Tatsumi, and the bold guy Odd. Whoa, Speed Girl is our homeroom teacher, Eli exclaimed. This is so exciting, Usagi stated. But wait, did she say her last name Uno? Tatsumi thought aloud. Ah yes, Speed Girl noticed. I am also an older sister to your classmate, Mr. Kai Uno. Say www. Everyone gasped. Did you really have to mention that, big sis? I exclaimed in my thought. However, if you are worried about a thing or two, I will treat you all equally and fairly, so I won't make any favorite here, she said strictly before she changed back to her regular outfit. I hope we can all get along and do our best here at UA. Now, first let's introduce ourselves. How about you go first, young lady? She pointed at Usagi. Yes, ma'am. I'm happy to introduce myself. Usagi got up from her seat and hopped. What is this? Kindergarten? I gasped mindfully. Our first lesson was just an introduction. Everyone introduced, or rather reintroduced in front of the class. But I got to learn a little bit more about everyone, including the one I haven't talked with yet. The bold guy is named Maruto Denki. The spiky red-haired student's name is Ai Senkora. And the last male student and classmate, his name is Yuki Drago. Everyone awed when he introduced himself, which I will explain later. And last, but not least, please come up to the board, Mr. Uno. Our homeroom teacher beamed. I sighed, and without a choice, I went up, walked over to the board, and looked at my classmates. My name is Kai Uno, 14 years old from Aldra Junior High. As you all just learned today, I am Speed Girl's younger brother, and it is true that my parents are the world's famous, married hero couple, Captain Time and Miss Galaxy. I hope to have a good year together. Please be good to me. I introduced myself in the most normal and sort of monochromatic tone, but my class gave me a round of applause. I really started to not like this class, just like in middle school. It would be just like my old homeroom class, where I was the only kid with a quirk and everyone else didn't. But here, now I would be surrounded by others who have a quirk and me being admired just because I have a family of famous heroes. Just great. I just hope it doesn't get worse from here on. Quirks. Last time in My Hero Academia. So, today is my first day at the new high school, the famous UA High, where next generations of pro heroes learn to be pro heroes. The not too surprising thing happens. I met my new classmates, and that girl named Usagi who I met in the entrance exam. But surprise, surprise, my big sister is my homeroom teacher. And here I thought my new high school life wouldn't be too uninteresting and meaningless. Oh well. I guess I must live it with it for now until I graduate. Okie dokie, my big sister beamed. Let's begin our first lesson. Follow me, my students. She quickly ran out of the classroom, using her quirk, which was super speed. What? What, wasn't it obvious? Everyone, including myself, followed our homeroom teacher, which led us to outside the school. Well, to the outside field to be more precise. Welcome, students. As you know, our class is small when it comes to size, but that doesn't mean anything. Our homeroom teacher assured. We can be strong and smart as any other hero classes, and even the whole school if we work together on it. Most of us looked inspired and proud. Today's lesson. We will do some simple exercise regime to see what each of your potentials, she stated. Everyone looked a bit surprised. One of our classmates raised his hands. The hand belonged to Maruto Denki, the bold kid. Hey, teach, Maruto called. Yes, Mr. Denki, our teacher responded. No offense, but isn't this lesson a bit too Simple for us who have quirk and all. I mean, high school is high school. But we are in the hero course, right? He questioned. Everyone started to feel a bit the same way. Except for me. I really didn't care, either way. Good question, Denki-kun. Of course, UA High is a famous school that has hero courses where the selected candidates to learn and train to become a pro hero after they graduate. But that doesn't mean you also need the basic skills that you learned since elementary. You know, she explained. Right? Denki said, looking a bit unsure now. Anyway, any more questions? She asked. Yes, sensei. The next person was Tatsumi Curate. What do you mean by simple exercise regime? Another good question, she exclaimed. Here we are, the tracking fields. She said that little over-dramatically. It was literally a simple tracking field that you see at most schools if they have it. The goal is simple. All you have to do is jog around the field and do 5 laps under 10 minutes, she said. What? 10 minutes? Usagi gasped. The way I see it, it would take more than 10 minutes for me to complete it. Tatsumi said unconfidently. No worries, everyone. There is one little quirk in this exercise, she joked. There was a short silence as nobody responded to her joke. Yes, so. She moved on. You guys are allowed to use your quirk to complete the 5 lap. Everyone sighed in relief. Cool. We can use our quirk, Usagi beamed. This is a good time to test my ability, Tatsumi mumbled to himself. Sweet. I can show off my power here, Ili said excitedly before he then nudged me to my elbow. Yo, Kai, are you excited? Huh? I guess, I replied hesitantly. Everyone lined up at the starting line. I was behind most of my classmates, other than Eli, who was next to me, and the quiet guy, Yuki Drago. On your marks. Everyone put on their serious face. Get set. I could almost hear a butterfly flapping its wings before it stopped on a flower. Go. Everyone started fast. Ho, ho, hop. Usagi used her quirk to jump instead of running, like a rabbit. Name: Sakura Usagi Tsubomi. Age 14. Gender: female. Quirk: Rabbit. Allow the power of rabbit. She can hop farther than any normal human beings and has a good sense of hearing due to her rabbit ears. Her weakness is she can't stand loud sounds. Yeah, I am in the first. Usagi cheered as she hopped in the lead. However, something passed by her. What the? She gasped. Sorry, Usagi, but I'm going first, Ili stated as he also didn't do jogging. But he was flying with dragonfly wings, which were attached to his back. Name: Alex Eli Francesco Barberos. Age 14. Gender: male. Quirk: bug body. Ili can transform certain parts of his body into insect body part and use those to his advantage. One example is using dragonfly wings on his back to fly or move faster. However, he cannot use more than one body parts at the same time. Wow, they're good, one of my classmates commented. Not bad, but I can do things, too, Makoto whispered to herself. Dice roll. Next thing I knew, Makoto moved much quicker, running as fast as my sister. Yes, Makoto cheered as she passed by Usagi, and then Eli. What the? Eli gasped. The first day of school starts well with my luck, Makoto stated. Name: Makoto Takamukai. Age 15. Gender: female. Quick, quiet gamble. When she whispers gamble-related term or name of a casino game, she gains a random quirk for a limited amount of time she remembers. However, what quirk she gains depends on her luck. It looks like everyone's doing well. Well, at least most of them. My sister looked at the only person who didn't start, Junko Neru, still sleeping. Fa ha fa. The other classmate I met today, Tatsumi, was wheezing. From the first look at him, he really didn't look like the guy who does well in physical ed. The other classmates of mine jogged, normally except for another one. Yuki Drago was using wings to fly around the laps. I am not sure what was his quirk then, but eventually, I will find that out. 10 minutes passed. I was able to complete the laps in 5 minutes. The first person was Makoto, the second was Yuki Drago, Ili came at third, and the last person was Tatsumi, not including Junko since she was sleeping the whole time. Good job, class, from the look of it. I can see half of you very athletic and have a good fit, while the other half needs some work. But you all did fine, my sister said. Next. Pretty much for the rest of the class time, we did mostly physical ed stuff. We did jumping stack, obstacle course, and push-up. You're working hard. While I was busy, my sister was confronted by a fellow teacher. Oh, hello, Mr. Aizawa. How is your class? My sister asked. The dull-looking man in black outfit shrugged. They need a lot of work. Well, that sounds nice, my sister responded in a positive tone. I see you're working with your class, but you really need to be a bit more stern about it, he suggested. Oh, don't worry about that, Mr. Aizawa. This is just the beginning. This is just a way to see what these little guys can do. Right. Aizawa yawned. Speaking of, isn't one of your students your younger brother? Yes, he is, she stated. He's right over there. The man looked at me. But I didn't pay too much attention to him, as I was busy with my own thing and my fellow classmates. He gave a stern glare. I see. Principal Nezu must have put a lot of trust on you since you know his condition, Aizawa said. My sister didn't say a word until she just smiled back. Thank you for being considerate, Mr. Aizawa. Aizawa just hummed in return. The school bell rang, telling the time was lunchtime. Everyone and I headed to the cafeteria. Woo, man, I'm starving. I wonder what's for lunch today, Ile asked. I want some hamburger with a lot of lettuce, tomato, and carrots, Usagi exclaimed as she licked around her mouth. I thought you would say that, but I've never heard of hamburger with carrots, Marutakino said. Interesting. I turned to my left shoulder, seeing Tatsumi writing down something in his notebook, as he was mumbling to himself, indicated by the random words coming from him. The cafeteria at Ua High was big, and there were many students. Some were from the other hero class, while others were from other kinds of classes. I got in the line and received my lunch. Due to that today was the first day, today's lunch was free. I got myself a turkey sandwich, a cup of milk, and fruit salad. I looked around to see where I can sit, finding any table that had nobody sitting. Hey Kai, over here. I looked over to see Usagi waving my hand at me. I also noticed Tatsumi and Eli. I felt embarrassed, catching a few unwanted eyes. I sighed and gave in, walking over to their table. Sit here, Kai, Usagi stated, though sounding too much of an order. I sat down. Man, this place has everything. The lunch here is great. Usagi beamed as she crunched her carrots. Yeah, the food is definitely great. But I wouldn't say better than my mom's cooking, Eli laughed. What did you get, Kai? Just a simple turkey sandwich, milk, and fruit salad, I replied. Usagi looked a bit disgusted, but kept her composure. That's nice, but I'm more vegetarian. I clearly knew that she is a vegetarian. Hey, Tatsumi, what are you doing? Ili asked the boy with glasses, writing down intensely through his note and mumbling words coming from him. Interesting, he shouted, causing people around him to be surprised, and looked at him before they returned to their things in a second later. What's so interesting? Usagi asked. Oh, well sorry, guys, but I have to go and do something, he said as he got up and walked away to who knows where, until he bumped into someone. Doh, he hit on his butt. Hey, you're all right, buddy? Eli asked. Tatsumi rubbed his butt to ease his pain until he looked up to say his apology to whom he bumped into, but instead met with mean-looking eyes. Hey, watch where you're walking. A young boy with spiky, blonde hair yelled angrily. Eek, I am sorry, Tatsumi shrieked. When I saw this boy, my eyes widened, realizing this person from my past. His name is Katsuki Bakugo, and he was a fellow graduate from the same middle school I went to. He was in a different class though, and I heard that he was kind of a bully and bit of hothead, which I will learn very quickly soon. Huh? Bakugo looked down at something under his shoe, noticing a notebook. Oh, what the hell is this? Are you like him? Suddenly, he grabbed Tatsumi by his neck collar. Kaya, please. It was an accident, Tatsumi screamed. Woo. Hey, dude. Let him go, man. Eli stepped in. Get off of me. Bakugo used his other hand to unleash a small, but effective explosion to push Eli. He was blasted and hit over a table, which the students who were sitting at got away just in time. That's hurt, dude, Eli said before he fainted. Eli, Usagi cried. Stop it, Bakugo. Just then, a different student and familiar guy appeared to the scene. This was that young man with the glasses from the entrance exam. What do you want? Bakugo asked angrily. Don't you get in my way. Stop it, Bakugo. This is not how you treat another fellow student, the young lad stated. This is a huge misconduct, and it is just the first day of the school. Shut up. It was this kid's fault who bumped into me. Bakugo held onto Eli's neck collar, squeezing him. Let him go. The young boy with the glasses jumped into action as he grabbed Bakugo's arm to make him let go of my classmate. I couldn't stand this situation. This was the last thing I wanted to get involved in, but I also didn't want to see someone I met first time get hurt either. As I was about to jump in, that was when somebody stepped in. Someone who was going to be probably one of the most important persons who would shape my life. A music played as someone was singing. The guy with glasses and Bakugo stopped fighting when they heard the music, making him let go of my classmate, allowing him to breathe. Hey, what the hell? Bakugo looked surprised. I can't move my arms. How? The young boy with the glasses asked. We turned to see someone approached us. This person was a young woman with long blonde hair with pink stripes. Her crystal blue eyes shined, and her light skin looked very soft. The most eye-catching feature was her voluptuous figure. Other than the school uniform, she wore long, pink and white boots. The young woman was accompanied by 2 other guys. The guy on the left was a young man with cyan hair and eyes, with blue hair and streaks. The guy on her right was a big, muscular tiger-like humanoid with sunglasses, afro and 2 tiger ears sticking out the afro. Whoa, it's her. The most popular and most beautiful, cutest girl in the UA High, Miss Lola Yamada. The students cheered. From what I could tell around this time, she was the most popular person here at this school. Hey, let's all befriend, you know. It's not nice to hurt a fellow freshman, said the boy with the cyan hair very lightheartedly. GRR, growled the tiger guy. Who the hell are you 3? Bakugo yelled. Bakugo, don't you have any manners to our upperclassmen? The guy with the glasses said. Your classmate is right, Mr. Katsuki Bakugo, the young girl said. Bakugo was surprised. Huh, how did you know my name? Of course, I know every new freshman's names. That is my duty as your senior, she said. Anyway, where's my manner? My name is Lola Yamada, Class 3A, the 3rd year of the hero course. The name's Chijiro Hakate, but you can call me Choji, Choji introduced. And this big fellow here is Leo. GRRR, Leo growled a little as I could tell he wasn't much of a talker, which you all should know by now. HMPH, 3rd year, huh? Whatever, Bakugo huffed as he walked away. I sighed, but was relieved that nobody got hurt. Are you okay, Tatsumi? I asked. Man, that was intense. But at least that's settled, Ili said as he already got back up. Are you two all right? Usagi asked. I'm sorry. My classmates, and I looked at the guy with the glasses, bowing to us. My apology for not stopping my classmates and almost hurting your friend. Hey, it's no problem, okay? At least nobody is hurt, I said. No. It is my failure to stop my fellow classmate from hurting student from other class. Not to mention a student from a fellow hero course, he stated. My name is Tenya Ida of Class 1A. What's up? My name is Eli from Class 1L, Eli greeted. I'm Usagi, she smiled. I'm Kai Uno, I introduced. Good. Lola nodded. Introduction is a good start to a new friendship. It is also a start of harmony, like music. Lola and her 2 friends walked away until she turned to her shoulder and looked at us, but sort of looked at me specifically and directly. I hope to see you all soon, Lola said. This school, UA High, has a lot of different students, whether you are the 1st year or 3rd year. Everyone here also has different quirks. Some are useful to the users and others are quite dangerous to others. One thing for sure is they're unique, and the ones who have quirk and are part of the hero course want to be one thing, a hero. Although, the most unique thing is that even though I have quirk of my own, do I really want to be a pro hero? Dream versus destiny. The first half of the class went fast. The second half of the day wasn't too different from any other high school. Afternoon class consisted of English, Japanese literature, math, and social studies. Soon, the first day was coming to an end. But the strangest thing I found about this school, or my first day here at UA, was that my class hadn't started our actual hero course yet. Well, class, I hope you all enjoyed your first day at UA High. Tomorrow will be another wonderful day. My sister looked at the class, which gave off a dark, gloomy, and sort of moody aura. Is there something wrong? She asked admittedly, though afraid. Uno-sensei, I have one thing that's concerning on my mind. Tatsumi spoke up. As he was going to say what was on his mind, Usagi jumped in and shouted. When the heck our real hero course start? Yeah, everyone shouted. Okay. I can see why you all look a bit of anxiety and I understand, said my older sister. Hey teach, Eli stated. Not to be rude and all, but we came here for a reason, you know. We? I repeated in my thought. We came here to become a hero. We came here to learn to be a pro hero. That is our dream, Eli complained. Yeah, you said it, Eli, Usagi agreed. Dream, I said to myself, but nobody heard me. All right, let me explain, class. She calmed down the class as I just stayed quiet and listened. Due to our small class size, we will be having our first hero course by pairing with other hero class, she admitted. Everyone looked surprised. Say what? Eli and Usagi gasped. Is that really true, teach? Maruto Denki asked. Correct, Denki-kun. I arranged with another hero teacher who will be teaching the basic hero training class tomorrow. It will be class 1A, and we'll most likely be pairing them during any basic hero training and other hero-related lessons until further notice. I hope you all look forward to it," she stated just right before the school bell rang. Class 1A? That's the class that Bakugo and Tenyagai belong to, I thought. Everyone got out of the class, looking relieved and excited. To be honest, I was worried a little, Makoto Takamukai admitted. I could have just read the teacher's mind to find out, Marutikino said. But I'm relieved. Zzzzzzz, Junko snored as she walked wobbly with the two female classmates. I was the last person to leave, but not until my sister stopped me. Hey, Kai. I want to talk with you for a moment, she said. Huh? Sure, I responded. After a 5-minute talk with my homeroom teacher Aka's sister, I was heading home until I saw 3 familiar people waiting for me. Huh? Why you 3 are still here? I looked at them. Well, Usagi here thought that it is good to walk home together until the station, Eli pointed. Yup. We're friends after all, like the 3 musketeers, with you as the 4th members of the musketeers. That, his name, Usagi tried to remember. D'Artagnan, Tatsumi spoke up. That's the name. Right, she nodded. We got to stick together, just like the 3 musketeers. I looked at each of them. Another strangest thing I felt about this day was this feeling I had. Usually, back in middle school, everyone wanted to be friend with me due to that. I was the only one in the class with quirk. However, I didn't like that at all. I didn't want to make friends who are different from me. On top of that, I wanted to be same as everyone else. Hey, Earth to Kai. I snapped out of my thought as Illy talked to me. You're coming or what? Yeah, sure thing, I responded hesitantly. In the end, I joined with the people who are same as me. But that's not something I want. I wanted to be MHA line of good and evil. The next day, it was our first day of heroic class. According to my sister, or Miss Uno said, we'll be pairing with Class 1A for the basic hero training lesson. Because of this, today I am not wearing my official school uniform. I changed to my official hero costume today. Mine was a bit complicated looking one, but my costume was a gray metallic armor with sleek gray gloves and boots, and mouth plate over my mouth with tubes attached to either side, looking like a snorkel that a diver uses. Attached to my back was 2 oxygen tanks, which tubes connected to each. It wasn't anything special or unique. If anything, my costume looked like an astronaut suit without the helmet. This is so awesome. I can't believe we're going to do our first hero class. Usagi hopped with excitement. I had to admit. My classmates were wearing much interesting and better costume than mine. Usagi was wearing a white skin-tight suit with pink livery, pink boots, and a pink bandana mask that covered her eye areas, while the rest of her face showing skin. For added detail, a white fluffy puff representing a rabbit tail was attached to her buttock. Yeah, I know right? Eli exclaimed cheerfully. Eli was wearing a costume that looked like a ninja from the future. It was a green skin-tight jumpsuit that molded perfectly for his quirk transformations with a helmet-like visor that covers his eyes. Others were also wearing a much better-looking costume, too. Yuki Drago wore a black jacket with a fur hood and dragon artwork on the backside, and a pair of ripped jeans, making him look like a gang member. Maruto Denki wore a white jumpsuit with a blue and red stripe that streamed down through the middle of his suit, but separated when it go through his arms. He looked like a race car driver. Makoto Takamukai, the girl who looked like a boy, was wearing clothes with pictures of poker cards all over her body, but her arms looked like the levers of slot machines colored in gold with spherical red gloves. Her costume also came with a shoulder patch shaped like a casino chip. She also wore an eye patch shaped like a dice in green color with number 2 on it. Her tiara also looked like a baccarat table. Everyone's costume really looked great, except for one. Hey, Tatsumi. Where is your costume, man? Ile asked. Oh, you will see, my friend, when the class begins, he stated, wearing his regular UA male student uniform. Here we are, my lovely Class 1L, Miss Uno, the Aka speed girl Aka, my older sister, stated. Ha ha ha, we heard a very excited laugh. Hello there, Hero Class 1L. It's great for you all to join us for today's lecture. Holy carrot, Usagi screamed. It's All Might. All Might, the #1 hero in the world, and one who represents as the symbol of peace. He's the most famous and strongest hero. At least that's what I heard about from other people, news media, and pretty much everywhere. All my classmates were amazed to see him in person. For me though, he was cool, but I really am not a huge fan in his works, or have any interest on him. It's pleasure to work with you, Mr. All Might. My class is very excited and honored to be lectured by you along with your class, my sister said. Ha ha ha, why, it's an honor for me to work with yours, too, Uno-san. All Might said dramatically as his teeth shined like the sun. So shiny, Usagi mesmerized. All Might look at me and my class. Welcome to the trial of Hero Class 1L. I got to say, all of your costumes looked very heroic. Even though just one of us not wearing any. I thought as my eyes beamed at Tatsumi. Please meet my Hero Class 1A. All Might presented the class of students behind him. I noticed that bully kid from yesterday. Bakugo was his name. There was also that kid with green hair. I managed to notice who he is even in that weird-looking costume, which looks like All Might. His class was bigger than mine, as they had a standard class of 20 students. There was also that girl he met on the first day of the school who he tried to talk with, but too nervous around her. I guess they were now classmates. The strangest thing I noticed was floating clothes. I'm guessing someone with invisibility for a quirk. Hey, a pink-haired girl with black eyes whispered. That guy looks so hot, don't you think? I know, right? The invisible person replied. Though, I have a strange feeling that he isn't what he seems to be. He is a she-ribbit, the long green-haired girl with frog-like face said bluntly, making the other girls feel surprised. Gather around, young heroes and heroines in training. All Might led us to the training place. I will say this again for our guest class, Class 1I. I, your teacher All Might, teaches the basic hero training course. I teach the basic of what a hero is and what a hero does. It's important to learn the basic to become a good pro hero, and everyone hero learned the basic, he explained. So, let's get down to it. Today's lesson is combat training. Combat training? I mumbled. Combat training, Eli and Usagi exclaimed. Ah, combat training. This could be a great chance for me to analyze other classes' quirks for my own, Tatsumi whispered to himself. In this lesson, you younglings will be put into a team of 3 people since there are 30 of you guys right now, All Might said. Then, the teams will be put into 2 categories, hero and villain. Once the teams are decided and what role the teams will play, we will put each of the team in a scenario. The rule is that hero must deactivate a bomb in a building that the villain took control over, my sister added. In the real world, you may think that combat takes place outside mostly. While that is true, however, statistically speaking, combats commonly occur inside the building, too. Usually, hostage-related crimes happen, and it involves the heroes combating villains in such situation. Exactly what my peer said, students, All Might boasted. So, let's begin the team and begin the lecture, okay? In about a minute or two, the team was decided. My classmates, like Usagi, Eli, and Tatsumi, were put on a separate team. Usagi and Eli were assigned with the role of heroes, while Tatsumi was being the villain. But he didn't look mind at all. As for me, I was put with a team from 2 members of Class 1A, the kid and the girl, and we were being the hero team. The first team who will go up against each other is Team A and Team D. All Might announced, calling my team letter and our opponent team, which that bully Bakugo was part of, and that eyeglasses-wearing kid, Illida, alongside with one of my classmates, Aku Kurama. I wasn't too surprised, but I had a feeling that Bakugo guy was staring at me and my team with mean eyes, or rather predatory eyes. My team and I were standing in front of the building, which is used for the simulation training, and made exactly looks like a real building used in real cities. My classmates and the teachers were watching us remotely at a basement or hidden room. So Kai's team is going first, and he's the hero, Usagi said. I can't wait to see him in action, Eli stated. Is he good as you say, Usagi? She nodded. Yup, of course, he is. You will all see. This will look good for my research, Tatsumi mumbled. Which Minoru from Class 1 heard what he said, looking a bit creeped out by Tatsumi's enthusiasm. I'm looking forward to seeing what your young brother can do, Miss Uno, All Might said. Thank you, Mr. All Might, for this opportunity. My brother and student, Kai, actually has some experience in combat training since I trained him when he was just a child, she admitted. I see. Then, I can't wait to see what he can do, he said excitedly. Hi, my name is Ochako Uraraka, Ochako introduced. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I hope to work with you today. She bowed, and I bowed back. My name is Kai Uno. Well, it's nice to meet you, Kai-kun, and this is Izuku. When she was going to introduce the boy, he was mumbling himself with a bunch of his mumbling words projecting from him. Hey, Deku, he snapped out of his thought. Oh, I'm sorry, Uraraka-san. Do you want to talk with me about something? He asked. You should introduce yourself to Kai-kun here, Okako reminded. Oh, sorry about that, he apologized. My name is Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. I'm Kai Uno from Class 1L, I introduced. What were you mumbling about, anyway? Oh, well, I was talking to myself about Kaken, the one who we will face as the villain in this building, he said. I know him since middle school. When it comes to strength, confidence, quirk, he's much stronger. We looked at him quietly. But that is more the reason why I can't give up and must go forward. Well, that's good to hear, Deku-kun. I will support you, Okacho declared. Oh, thank you, Oka. I mean, Uraraka-san, he blushed. This kid. He seems to not recognize me. Then again, we were part of a different, separate class, even though we went to the same school, I thought. However, he does need to work on talking with the girl more. After 5 minutes passed, our trial began. We went inside the building, and it was just tight corridors. It felt like a maze, and it was probably built that way. I couldn't make head or tail where the villain is or where they will strike. But I had a feeling it will happen soon. Kaboom. Kakin! Izuku yelled as he quickly saved Uraraka, while I dodged for myself. Deku! He yelled. You little piece of shit. I finally found you. Deku-kun, your mask, Okacho said. It's just a scratch, he said. You guys go ahead while I distract him. What? But it's too dangerous to face alone, she stated. It would be easier if it is us 3 against him. I will be fine, just go. Okacho looked worried, but she agreed. She and I moved ahead while he began his fight with Bakugo. Meanwhile, my classmates and the other class were watching our progress. Geez, that Bakugo guy is just scary. No wonder he's a bully, Usagi commented aloud. But you got to admit, he's strong, Ile remarked. Indeed, Tatsumi agreed as he scribbled things in his notebook. However, Muru spoke up. Bakugo is going after Midoriya, as if he is the only one he wants to get. Uraraka and I headed to the room where the bomb is located. At the same time, I was thinking about Deku's well-being in the back of my mind. I started moving slower until I came to a complete stop. She stopped, too. Hey, what's wrong, Kai-kun? I turned around and looked as I heard some explosions. My sister and classmates noticed that I stopped moving. What's he doing? Ile asked. Kai, you're worried about him, aren't you? My sister thought. Uraraka, you keep going. I will go back and help Izuku, I said. What? But Deku said, Uraraka argued. I know it's risky, but I am just concerned about him, I said. I'll be back ASAP with him after I help him capture Bakugo. Well, okay, just be careful, okay? She agreed as I nodded back in agreement and then headed back. Meanwhile, Bakugo and Deku were fighting. But Deku was receiving the most damage, while Bakugo none. You bastard. You think tricking me was so much fun to you, didn't you? Well, I'm going to beat you up so bad that you will regret that you discover that stupid, flashy quirk of yours, Bakugo roared. Deku gritted his teeth in frustration and nervousness. But he stood tall against his villain opponent. I arrived just in time. Kai? Izuku gasped as Bakugo turned around to see him with a bit of surprised look. You? Stay out of this. This is just me, and that pebble over there, Bakugo yelled. I'm here to stop you and capture you, Bakugo, I responded confidently. Yeah, you go, Kai, Usagi cheered. Is he crazy? Ijiro said aloud, one of Izuku's classmates. Leaving Uraraka just to help Deku fight Bakugo. Then again, it may be best for Izuku, Denki said. Another student of Class 1A, and not to be confused with Denki from my class. I mean, 2 against 1 is probably the better option when it comes to combat with Bakugo. That's also the same for Uraraka-san's situation right now, Momo pointed out as our partner was currently engaging the rest of the villain team. What he's doing is noble, but also a waste of time. Leaving Uraraka-san to handle Ida and the bomb alone is not a bright idea, and it was better if he stayed with her instead of going back and help Midoriya. It's a matter of time who wins first, Tsuyu remarked. Ha! You, stop me. If you are going to help this piece of shit, then I will destroy you along with him. Bakugo roared as he blasted his explosive blasts at both of us. Deku barely dodged while I dodged, too. Then, he rammed with his palm ready for another blast at me. But I quickly reacted as I somersaulted away from him, and then strike back with a single punch. I hit him in the face as he got hit in the face. Why you? The punch made him even madder as he counterattacked. But I quickly grabbed his arm, and then throw him over. Gah! He gasped. He did the same move that Midoriya did before, Mina exclaimed. I ran over to Izuku's side, while Bakugo was down. Are you okay? I asked. Why did you come back? He asked. It's what a hero does, isn't it? I responded. Come on. He won't be down for long. I wrapped his arm around my shoulder, and carried me out of safety. But as soon as I did, Bakugo was already standing back on his feet, looking even angrier, but also more determined to take us down. Ha, ha, he chuckled. You think you can escape from me? Izuku let go of me, and got into the fighting pose to be ready. Izuku, if we work together, we may have a chance to capture him and get back with Uraraka, I suggested. No, he said. We don't have much time now. But I have a plan to win this for all of us. What do you mean? I asked. Here's the plan. He whispered quickly to my ear. Eat this, you too. Bakugo flew toward us, using his arm as a thruster. We ran as fast as possible toward him with our punch ready. Detroit. Izuku's arm flared up with strange energy, surging through it as my left arm charged up with glowing green energy. He's going to do it. My sister thought with a serious facial expression. Now, Uraraka, I called her through our comlink. Smash. We punched together at Bakugo's explosion attack, causing the explosion to go upward as it smashed through multiple floors upstairs until it reached the room where she and the other villain team members, Ida and Aku, one of my classmates, are. Sorry, guys, she apologized. Improvised special move, home run. That's a home run? Ida gasped as she used the pillar to hit bunches of debris at him and Aku. She quickly used her quirk, gravitation, to make herself float over to the fake bomb and touched it successfully. Weapon secured, she stated. No, the weapon, Ida cried overdramatically as Aku was surprised, too, but not as dramatic. All right, Kai's team won, Usagi cheered. Yeah, he did, Eli said. Though, I can't see with all the smokes everywhere. Once the smokes cleared, I was actually on the floor, which surprised everyone including my sister. What the? Eli and Usagi gasped. Kai, are you okay? Kai, my sister yelled through the small mic. Ooh, I got back up, luckily with no injury. What happened? I thought I was. When I looked around, I noticed Bakugo stopped attacking with his face froze in fear or surprise. I soon knew why. Like, Aizawa-sensei said. But this is all I could think of, Izuku said with his left arm, all burned up by Bakugo's attack. He used his left arm to block his attack, I thought. But then, why am I? Then, I remembered. At the moment I was going to punch Bakugo's attack upward to redirect it to the ceiling, Izuku pushed me to the side so that he would take the impact of the attack instead of me, leaving me undamaged much. The hero Williams, All Might announced as Deku fainted. After my team won, I was reported to the nurse for a checkup. So far Izuku, but he was heavily hurt and Bakugo, too, for a reason. The nurses released me and Bakugo Gomanes and went back to see how the other classmates were doing. Usagi along with a girl named Tsuyu and Fumikage Takoyami did well. Ili also did splendidly. But the most surprising, if not the second most surprising thing of the day, was with Tatsumi's team as a villain. Tatsumi was facing against Hero Team, as he was part of the Team F, the villain. He was currently facing Yuga Aoyama, Mina Ashido, and our classmate, Maruto Denki. The other class's member, Denki Kaminari, commented that our classmate, Maruto, has the last name same as Denki's first name. You can't face all three of us at the same time, Mina exclaimed. That's right. It is just so unbeautiful to fight alone, Yuga remarked. You're crazy to do this all alone, but we heroes will stop you now, Maruto stated. You think so? Tatsumi said confidently. Then, let me show you heroes, my power. He took out and showed them a strange device. What is that? Mina asked. The teachers and classes looked closely as the monitor zoomed in on the device that Tatsumi has. This is my mixed driver, and I will show you what it does, Tatsumi exclaimed as he put it on his belt buckle, which wrapped around him like a belt. Whoa. The other classmates who were watching watched more closely. It's mixing time, the device spoke. Tatsumi then showed a bottle in each of his hand. He inserted the two bottles into its driver as two different colored liquid flowed through the device. Explosion, engine, best mix combo found. The device spoke as it started mixing the liquid together. Transform. Tatsumi made some poses before he completely changed his look instantly. He now wore an armored motorcycle suit with a light-up display that spreads across his body, with a helmet that leaves his hair uncovered that tracks his vital. His suit displayed an orange and yellow light for the colors. On the backside of his legs, motor pipes attached, like Ida's, and his arms were the same, bulky, but smaller version of Bakugo's weapon. Kamen Rider Mix is finally here, Tatsumi exclaimed. Kamen Rider? Ijiro gasped. I heard about that. Isn't there a TV show based on it? Denki questioned. Incredible. At first, I thought he was just unprepared or his costume was delayed in making. But he did have one. Momo surprised. Kamen Rider Mix. I love the sound of that, All Might said. So, young Tatsumi is one of those transform heroes. Transform hero, a type of heroes that rarely exists in this world. They are the type of pro heroes who have quirk that allows them to transform into a hero and activate their special power. Usually, they appeared mostly in media for children's live-action TV show and films. But there are actual heroes who do it for real profession in heroism. But not so many exists nowadays. The trial finally ended with Tatsumi's team victorious. Most of my classmates, including some members from Class 1A, were congratulating Tatsumi and admitting that they were impressed of his costume and quirk. It was afternoon, and I was packing my stuff to go home. That was when All Might approached me. "I am here. Hello, young Uno." All Might greeted with a hand gesture. "How are you doing?" "I'm doing well, sir," I replied, feeling his sudden presence strong. "There's something I want to talk with you," he said. "Do you have a minute?" I really wanted to go home as soon as possible, but I didn't mind. "Sure, Mr. All Might. Is there something matter?" No, nothing wrong, young Yino. I just want to say excellent job during the hero trial for you and your teammates," All Might said. However, now, there was the catch. "There is just one thing that caught my eyes during the trial when your team was up," he said. "Young Kai Uno, you didn't quite show your quirk that much even during the fight." "Yes," I admitted. "What about it?" "Well, as much as I say your fighting method and physical strength you displayed today were impressive, there will be times where you will have to rely on your quirk to combat a strong villain. I just want to make sure to tell you that so that you be aware during future lectures someday," he remarked. "Thank you, Mr. All Might. I will keep that in mind," I replied. "If you would excuse me." As I was about to leave, he stopped me again. "Also, one more thing." I huffed a little, but kept my composure. "Yes, sir." "What is your dream, young Uno?" he asked. "My dream?" I said. "Yes, your dream. Your ambition. Your reason to be here at UA High. Is your dream to become a pro hero, like your parents and your sister, correct?" he questioned. I started at him as he started back at me with that goofy, heroic smile of his. I just sighed. "To be honest, sir, I don't have a dream, and becoming a hero is not one of them, definitely." I walked a little before I stopped for myself. "In fact, it is more of my destiny to be here rather than a dream or my own free will." I left the classroom and headed straight home, where my classmates waited for me again outside. All Might watched over me, scratching his head. "That boy seems to be a bit of a troubled one," he said. Class rep. Almost a week passed since I started my first year at UA High. Lately, I had been dealing with some messy group of people lately. "Excuse me, young man. Could you tell us a word or two about All Might, who works as faculty member at this school?" I was confronted by a news women and men every day just to get to school. It's been like this for some days now, but I always shrug and just move on, ignoring them. Some students did answer their questions, but most were a bit concerned or felt embarrassed, especially in front of the camera. "Sir," said a man behind a door. "Yes, come in." A white, furry humanoid creature sat at a big, black desk chair. A single man came in. This man was big in body and wore the typical, standard gym instructor's outfit, including a cap that says, "Fire." His hair was short and black, and there were few scars over his face. He also had a whistle wrapped around his neck, like a necklace. "Principal Nezu, I'd like to discuss about the problem we have at our school, sir," the man exclaimed. "Oh, do you mean the press at the front entrance?" Principal Nezu questioned. "It is part of that, sir, and I know how to fix it, sir," the man said. "I highly request to revoke All Might's employment." Principal Nezu looked with a calm, friendly expression and serious aura. "Why?" "Sir, ever since All Might was employed to this school, we've been bombarded by those lousy press outside our front door for almost a week now. Many students are feeling concerned, and some reported of being stalked by constant blabbering from those damn press," he explained. "I understand and aware of that, Hanzo-kun. However, I can't just fire All Might just for that reason. It is understandable why the press is here. He's famous #1 hero, after all," he said. "That's the problem, sir. He's attracting too much publicity." He stopped complaining when Principal Nezu raised his hand, telling him to stop just as Hanzo's left arm was secreting a molten liquid. "I will consider your complaint, Hanzo-kun. I know that despite your scary look, you're only doing this because you care for the well-being of all students here at our school," Principal Nezu stated. Hanzo breathed out to relax. "Thank you, sir. Besides, you're also kind of melting the carpet now," Nezu pointed out. Hanzo looked at the carpet floor and noticed it. "Ah, my apology, sir." "It's okay, Hanzo-kun. I will take care of it." "You're dismissed," Principal Nezu said. Hanzo left the principal's office as he walked down the hallway when he saw All Might walking by. "Good morning," All Might greeted very cheerfully. "HMPH." Hanzo faced away as he continued walking by him. All Might stopped and turned around, watching Hanzo until he was gone. "I wonder why he won't say anything back to me," All Might thought aloud. "Is it that my breath stinks?" He breathed out with his hand and smelled the breath to check. "All Might, we did this school of all places hire him to be a teacher, Hanzo mumbled as molten liquid secreted from his feet while walking. Name: Kuni Hanzo. Hero name alias: Lava Man. Gender: male. Quirk: lava. He can produce lava out of his body, allowing him to melt through anything, including metals. When he gets mad, he produces lava out of his control. What a hot, scary quirk. Good morning, class, my sister greeted happily. I have an exciting announcement today. An exciting announcement? I wonder what could it be, Usagi asked. Today, everyone listened carefully. We must. The classmates gulped their breath. Decide our class rep. Everyone flipped up comically, throwing themselves off by an unnecessary surprise. That's so normal. Everyone thought the same thing. I know, right? Isn't it exciting? My sister said cheerfully. If there is anyone here who wants to become one, please let me know by the end of the day today, so we can have an election later to decide. Unless only one person decide to become one, then he or she will become automatically our class rep. After our classes were done, lunchtime began. I was hanging with my group of friends at the table. So, is anyone here thinking of becoming our class rep? Usagi asked. It does sound cool and pretty responsible for someone who wants to become a hero. I think I will, Eli admitted. As for me, I'm not much of a leadership guy, Tatsumi stated. What about you, Kai? She asked to me. Do you want to be a class rep? Me. Nobody had ever asked me to become a class rep. Well, truthfully, old classmates told me to become a class rep, just because I was the only one with a quirk, which bothered me, and I always declined. Why do you ask? I asked. Huh? What do you mean? Usagi replied. I was only asking. You look like a really good candidate in my opinion. That was the first time hearing someone asking me to be a class rep. Not because I have a quirk and all, but seeing me as a good person. Well, you don't know right now. I will think about it, I answered. Suddenly, an alarm went off and everybody was alerted. What's going on? Usagi asked. Ili stopped and asked someone, Hey dude, what's up with the alarm? That was the security alarm. It means someone or something infiltrated into the school. We got to get out of here through the emergency exit. The older, male student explained. Holy carrot, Usagi gasped. Somebody is invading our school. Let's make haste, Tatsumi stated as we got out of the cafeteria. However, by doing that, and so was everyone else, we all got stuck in a huge crowd of students trying to get to the exit. I'm getting squeezed here, Usagi screamed. I might become mashed potato salad. Dudes, this feels like I'm being squashed like a bug, Eli exclaimed. Help me, Tatsumi cried. This was too crazy. Due to the number of people trying to get through, I was pushed to the rear window, and I saw the cause of this situation we were in. What the? Hey, it was the press, I stated. Hey, all of you, it's okay. It is just the press. They passed the security and made the alarm. Stop moving. However, they didn't hear me at all. Their panic was too loud for them to hear me. But suddenly, I heard something slammed on the wall, and then noticed just above the exit sign was Tenya Ada from Class 1A in a very weird, yet familiar, walking man position. Do not feel afraid, everyone. This is nothing to feel alarm about. It is only just the press who accidentally invaded the school grounds. No need for you all to feel worry. He assured everyone as they all saw him and felt relieved to hear that. After school was over, I was eating dinner with my sister as usual. It looks like Eli is going to be the class rep since nobody else did. I was thinking about what Usagi said to me since lunchtime. Hey, sis. What is it? Kai, my little brother? She asked. Is the soup didn't have enough salt? What? No, it's fine, I replied. But it isn't about that. I want to talk about the class representative. The next day, our class began with me and Eli standing in front of our class. Today, students, we will start our day to decide our class rep. It is between candidate 1 Eli Barbosa and candidate 2 Kai Uno. First, we will hear their speech, and second, we will vote. Whoever gets the most vote becomes the new class rep. Eli went up first. He talked about how being class rep is important because he believed it is almost like being a hero, and he wants to become a hero who helps others and protect others. After his speech was over, it was my time. To be honest, whenever someone asks me to become a class rep, I always declined because they only picked me due to that I was more special than everyone else. When I was in middle school, I was the only one in the class who has a quirk. I really didn't want to be a class rep during that time because I thought it would be unfair to the rest of my class now that I was given a choice again to be class rep, but instead for a class composed of fellow students with quirk of their own. At first, I still didn't want to be a class rep, but a certain someone asks me if I want to be one. Then, that person told me in a way that I realized something else. It doesn't matter if I have a quirk or not. Anyone can be a class rep, whether if it is first time or not. If I become your class rep, I will do my best to represent our class and take care of you all. Thank you. Everyone was silent for a moment. Well, the only thing you hear was Junko snoring. Then, Usagi started applauding with the rest applauding after her, including Eli. Then, we began the voting. Everyone except sleeping Junko presumably wrote the name on a slip of paper and put it in the box. All right, class. Everyone's vote is now inside the box. Now we will decide who got the most vote, my sister said as she poured out all the paper slip from the box. She carefully counted them all and wrote the total on her notebook. While writing, she made an expression, looking a bit surprised, but kept her composure. She looked at us as we waited for the announcement of the winner. Well, class. This is a very surprise result, I admit. However, you all voted and the vote says it all, she said. The winner is LXF, Barbaros. What? Everyone gasped. Congratulations, Mr. Eli. Please come up to the front, she stated as he did just that. Before I say anything else, teach, what the heck? I think the class rep should be my buddy, Kai, Eli argued. Yeah, and he said a really good speech, too. Why? Usagi said. A vote is a vote. Not counting Junko-san's vote since she is. Everyone looked at Junko, already knowing the point. Her vote is invalid. Only 9 people put in their vote. Eli, you got the most vote. Really? Without? He asked. Well, either way, you are now the class rep. Congratulations. My sister clapped for him as everyone else did. During lunchtime, Eli, Usagi, and Tatsumi talked with me, and I explained everything to them. Wait, you put a vote for me? Eli asked. Yeah, I did, I said. But why Kai? Why would you vote for your own opponent? It doesn't make any sense, Usagi said. I agree, Tatsumi nodded. I know you are saying this because of my speech and all, but it is just a speech. Besides, I have a word to say in the vote, too, and I decided to choose you, Eli, because I think you are a better person to be our class rep, I admitted. Do they still think you should be our rep instead? But you do have a good point there, he said. To be honest, I placed my vote for you after hearing that heartwarming, real speech of yours, man. Even though you were my opponent and all. Me too, Usagi said. It's all right. I won't be sad or anything. I'm glad that you became a class rep, I said. Well then, as your class rep, I hired you to be my assistant, he declared. Wait, what? I asked. I really don't know the first thing about being a class rep and all, but you seem to know more, so I decided to hire you to be my assistant, he exclaimed. Then, I will be the secretary, Usagi declared. Usagi, you know that secretary is sort of like assistant, right? Tatsumi said. Oh, then I will be co-assistant, an assistant to Kai. Usagi changed her choice. Hey, hold on a second. I have say too, I stated. But none of them listened to me, as they were already decided. Being at UA High is hard. But hanging out friends is something rewarding and worthy reason to be here, I admit. However, soon I will have to protect my friends from an unexpected danger we will face in the soon future. Invasion at USJ. Today was a special day for my class. We'll be pairing up with Class 1 and again for another hero training. I heard from my sister that we'll be doing a rescue training and be supervised by 2 teachers. My sister told me that she will come late due to some business she needs to take care of. My class and I headed to the place called USJ to meet up with Class 1A, and we were in our costumes today. Hey, look, there they are, yelled Ashido, one of the classmates from Class 1A. Hi, Class 1A, Usagi waved at them. Your class is late, Tenya yelled at us, scaring some of my classmates. Who is your class rep? I am, bro. Illy moved up to the front. You, sir. I know this is the second time your class and mine pair up, but you need to be less tardy next time. Tardiness of one student is bad, but tardiness of the entire class is unacceptable, he stated. Sorry, Engine Man. Eli apologized. He makes a nickname for people. There's no need to be rush and all. You're too laid back. You need to be more strict. As Tenya scolded Eli. He was instead already talking with other classmates of Wana, Jiro, and Denki. He noticed this and was upset. Pay attention, he yelled. Now, Ada-kun. At least they're here, Midoriya said, trying to calm his rep's temper. You look well, I said. Oh, hello, Uno-san. How are you? He greeted kindly. So, Your injury is recovered due to Recovery Girl, I said, looking at his healed arm. Ah, yes. It is thanks to her and Miss Heal, he remarked. Miss Heal is a nurse assistant who works with Recovery Girl. She is a young woman with bowl-cut black hair and dark gray eyes. When you see her, she wears the standard nurse outfit in a pink color with nurse hat that has the red cross on it. I heard from some guys that she is very pretty and kind person, and they would do anything to get injured just to see her. If you all finished blabbering together, let's get in, Aizawa said. He is the homeroom teacher of Class 1A and his quirk is Erasure, a power that allows him to make another quirk user to not use their quirk temporary. But I guess you knew that already. Together with Class 1A, we went inside the huge dome structure. The inside of the building looked much impressive than the outside. The inside was huger than it looked from outside. It had different types of areas that I can see. There was a volcano, collapsed or broken buildings, other domes, forest area, and more. Holy carrot! This place is huge, Usagi exclaimed. Welcome, US students. We turned to the voice of a person. This person is none other than 13, another teacher of UA High and pro hero who specializes in search and rescue. Oh my god, it is 13, pro hero in search and rescue, Midoriya said excitedly. Holy carrot, Usagi exclaimed. You're so cool, Mr. 13. Or isn't Miss 13? Now, you can all praise me later after the lesson, 13 said. Again, welcome to Asj, Class 1A and Class 1L. Sensei. Tatsumi raised his hand. What is this facility? Asj stands for Universal Studio of Japan? Yororaka thought aloud. That makes sense, Usagi gasped. I doubt that is what it means, I said in my mind as I sweat dropped. Not exactly, 13 disagreed. Asj stands for Unforeseen Simulation. This facility is used for training students in search and rescue. In the world of pro heroes, fighting and stopping the villain is just one of the things a hero does. Pro heroes also do search and rescue missions around the world, wherever disasters strike. So this facility is basically a huge simulation room where we will test our potential in all kinds of disasters, Tatsumi guessed. That's correct, 13 stated. Excuse me, 13, Aizawa said. Where's All Might and Speed Girl? All Might is doing too much hero work to make it on time, 13 replied. As for Miss Speed Girl, she is outside UA High right now. She said he needs to take of some business. Which explains why I have to handle more troublemakers, Aizawa mumbled as he glared at his class and mine included. Before we begin the rescue training, there is something very important for you all to know, 13 said. Shoot, teach, Ile spoke up. SHHH, don't you have manner? Tenya scolded him. As you may or may not know, my quirk is Black Hole. This allows me to suck up anything into dust. There are many different kinds of quirks in the world, but using it can also be dangerous to others, which brings the reason why we need regulations for the use of quirks. That is why here at UA, it is my job to teach you guys and all students on how to use your quirks to save people, 13 explained. The classes felt inspired by 13's words. I agreed with everything Mr. or Miss 13 said. However, I am still indifferent about being a hero, or even a hero in search and rescue. But I will try in order to pass, anyway. So teach. Are we starting the training by starting with that strange black mist thingy over there? Ile asked as he pointed the thing. What? 13 said as we all turned to the thing Ile pointed to. There was indeed a strange black mist thing in the middle of the doom we were in. Suddenly, it grew bigger, and as it did, people came out, and they didn't look friendly. 13, get the class out of here, Aizawa ordered as he jumped into action with his hair stack up and his eyes glowing in red. What's going on? Muru yelled. I have a bad feeling about this, Makoto said. It's the villains, I yelled. Holy carrot. Is this part of the training? Usagi asked. This is not part of the training. Quick, everyone. We must evacuate now, 13 stated. Holy crap. This is for real, Ijiro stated. Let's get the hell out of here, Denki. Our Denki from my class, declared. As we headed to the front door, something fast passed through us, and a man appeared in front of us, blocking our only exit. Oh, no you won't, he stated. Who are you? 13 yelled at the man. The man who blocked our exit was wearing a skin-tight orange suit with yellow lightning stripes that went vertically down over his suit both front and back. Pair of yellow boots with lightning symbols on each, and skull with 2 lightning cross behind it where it's supposed to be bone for the insignia on his chest. He also wore an orange mask with 2 red visor lens for the eyes and 2 yellow horns shaped like a lightning. The only thing revealing was his mouth, which his skin color was Caucasian white. Don't go now, kids. The fun has just begun, he said with a sly smirk. What do you want, freak? Usagi yelled. Ho, peppy you are, the man replied. My name is Zap, the fastest man who ever lives. Heard about me? We looked at him, not responding to his question, as we looked intimidated and afraid. He just laughed from the no response. Of course. What the hell was I thinking? You kids are probably too young to know who I am, he said. Zappy heard that name before, 13 mumbled. Suddenly, the same black mist appeared, and it had 2 glowing yellow eyes, indicating that this black mist was also a villain itself. Good job stopping them, Zap. The black mist spoke. Greeting, students of UA High and 13. Sorry for us to intrude during your time, but we're the League of Villains, and we're here for the sole purpose of killing All Might. Do any of you know where he is? They're here for All Might? I thought. All Might? Well, I won't say where he is, but I won't let you hurt him, anyone, or be here. 13 pointed at them with his or her finger, getting ready to use his or quirk. However, something was in the way or someone. Bakugo, Ijiro, Ida yelled. What the? Eli, I noticedly jumped in to attack, too. Kick this, you bastard villains, Bakugo roared as his palms sparkling. However, the boys were stopped and got hit out of nowhere. Grog, what the hell? Bakugo was down on the floor. I didn't see what happened, Eli lied down in pain. What just happened? Uraraka asked. It's that man's quirk, Momo pointed out. His quirk must be super speed. Just like my sister, I thought. Dealing with these kids together is troublesome. I will handle this quickly, the black mist said as he covered us all. Everyone, huddled together, 13 yelled. But not all of us were able to what our teacher said, including me. WHA! I felt the strange force of the mist, sucking me in until I couldn't see anything. Holy caro, Usagi was sucked in, too. Other members of both classes were absorbed into the mists. The next thing I knew, I was in some kind of desert area. Is this one of the areas inside Osji? I looked around. And God, it's hot in here. It appeared that villain who uses the black mist used some kind of teleportation quirk. This scorching desert area must be one of the areas for simulating training in search and rescue. While I was thinking, I heard something, and it was coming toward me. I looked around, feeling something coming. Suddenly, part of the sandy ground burst, and out came a villain. This one looked a mole with sharp metal claws for his hand, and wore a yellow bandana over his forehead. Well, I found one student, said the villain. I wonder how strong you are. A villain, I posed to be ready for a fight. Let's see what you can do, kid. The man jumped up and then dug into the ground. His quirk must be some kind of digging power. He does look like a mole, too, so a moleman quirk? I thought as I focused. Suddenly, he popped out of the ground, making me flipped up and landed on my back. Got you, kid, he stated as he aimed his claw at me. I quickly rolled to the side from the attack and got back up. That was close. The fun just got started. He dug into the sandy ground again. Great. He's using this desert area well to his advantage, and I'm at disadvantage, I commented mentally. When I thought I was in a troubling situation, something swooped me up from the sandy ground and carried me up into the air. Whoa! I looked up to see who caught me and my eye widened. Holy crap! A dragon! Carrying me! Wait a second. I looked more carefully, realizing that the person who saved me was one of my classmates, Yuki Drago. Hold on, he said calmly as we flew to an abandoned building. It provided us some time to hide and also to feel cool since there was a shadow where we can be in. Thank you for saving me, I said. We're not done here, Yuki Drago replied as I soon noticed he was carrying someone else on his back while he put that person down. As he did, he changed his dragon-like appearance to his original, normal human look. The second person revealed to be Junko Neru, one of our classmates and the class's Sleeping Beauty. That was a nickname that Ella gave her since she sleeps pretty much all the time. It looks like that mysterious villain made of black mist used a teleportation quirk to teleport the classmates to random places inside this usty dome, Yuki said as he peeked through a cracked hole in the wall. That's what I thought, too, I admitted. Our classmates and probably the other freshmen from one also got a teleport to elsewhere. We got to regroup with them by getting out of here. Easier than it said, Yuki stated. This desert area is one of the simulations for search and rescue training. However, unlike other areas, this one is inside a dome, and the ceiling is producing some kind of artificial light, making it feel hotter like a real desert. I see. That explains the heat. We can't stay here too long, too. There is also that mole villain guy, I pointed out. It's not just him, Yuki revealed. While I was scouting the area safely above the ground, I saw about 8 villains. That mole villain you encountered, he is one of 3 villains who has a similar quirk. I fought the other 2 when I saved this one. He was mentioning about Junko. If she was able to sleep even in this heat and attacked by villains at the same time, I would be impressed. They looked alike, so I assumed they are related. The other 5 villains, each with different quirk I assume, are guarding a door. A door? I repeated. It is most likely the entrance and exit for this desert dome area, he answered. Then, we got to go there, I stated. Didn't you hear what I said? There are 5 villains guarding it. Plus, another thing we have to worry about is staying here too long like you mentioned before, he said. I can survive even in this heat with my quirk. But for you too, it is a matter of time. Whether the villains get you or you die out of heat exhaustion or dehydration. This guy says the facts straightforwardly, I thought with a nerved look. But with good points. By the way, you look like have a mutant-type quirk, I commented. What is your quirk called? He just stared at me for a few seconds and said, I don't reveal my quirk to others. This guy really doesn't want to reveal himself. Then again, he doesn't talk at all during our class either. However, due to the situation at hand, I will reveal it to you, but only in small detail, he declared. MHA, line of good and evil. Hiya! In the forest area, one of our classmates in Class 1L, Yuzagi was currently fighting some villains. Surprisingly, she was doing well with just her power, making multiple kick attacks and hoping to dodge attacks from the enemies. My face, ooh-ah. The last villain fell in defeat, along with other villains in the unconscious. Phew. Well, that's last of them, she said as she wiped the sweats off her face. Now I just got to find others. First thing first is, where am the heck I? Second, I got to take a selfie of my first victory in a villain fight. She took her phone and made a selfie. Her ears then moved, indicating that she heard a noise, and it wasn't too far from where she was now. Who's there? She jumped. Show yourself. The bushes nearby shook as she looked directly at that. She didn't take any other chances, so she jumped high and pointed her foot at the bush. Hi ya ya, she kicked into the bush. BWWA. She hit someone but soon recognized something was odd. Huh? Holy carrot. It's you, Denki-kun. She accidentally kicked Maruto Denki, another classmate of ours, who wore like a race car driver for his hero costume. Yeah, it's me. Could you please get your foot off of my face? He mumbled painfully while her foot was on his face. I'm so sorry, Denki, Usagi apologized. No prob. I should have said something. But I didn't know it would be you, and I thought it would be a villain, he explained. Are you alone? Yeah, she answered. I don't know where we are, or better yet, where is everyone else? Well, at least I found you, and it looks you handled the villains well. He looked around the ground. With all the villains she defeated. It's nothing, really. She giggled as she stuck her tongue out, feeling blushed. Anyway, we got to find everyone else. Wah! Suddenly, a huge scream echoed the entire forest. What was that? Usagi jumped in fright. Her ears are very sensitive, so she could hear things at far distances. Kaya-ah! They heard the scream again. I don't know, but it's not that far away. Let's go check it out, though. It may be one of our own, Denki declared. They headed in the direction of where the noise coming from. They ran through the wood until they arrived at a clearing. They gasped. There were literally a bunch of villains on the ground, all in an unconscious state, but every one of them has their eyes still opened with pupils. But there was no sign of awareness in them, as if they were all dead. Holy carrot! What happened to these guys? Usagi screamed. Hey there. They got spooked when they heard a voice. They looked ahead and saw another familiar face, sitting on a rock in the middle of the clearing. Oh, it's you, AI, right? Denki asked. The familiar person sitting on the rock was AI Scarno, also nicknamed Aku, given from Eli. Yeah, it's me, he replied. What happened here? Did you do all of this? Usagi asked, shaking in fear though. Yes, I have, he answered. It is my quirk. I gave them a fright. Name, AI Aku Scarno. Gender, male, age 15. Quirk, fear factor. When someone sees his eyes directly, or he sees a person's eye directly, the said person gets trapped in a nightmare mentally, rendering them and preventing them to move. What a scary quirk. That is scary, Usagi remarked. Stay alert, you too. We're not the only ones here, AI said. He was right. More villains appeared, walking into the clearing and surrounding the three. Great. Now we have to face them all, Denki exclaimed. Say, can you do your helpful quirk to stop these guys? Sorry, but once I use my quirk, I have to wait a whole 5 minutes to use it again, and I am only limited to use on 10 people max. I also forgot to mention that too. Then, let's do it in old-fashioned way, Usagi declared. Fight! The villains launched their attack by running toward them. Usagi hopped high into the air and landed with a big kick, creating a mini shockwave that surprised the villains. Kick this! Denki pointed his left palm out at the villains, causing them to be pushed back by some invisible force. He quickly noticed something, or rather someone he can use. He used his right palm and pointed at one of the unconscious villains, causing the body to pull toward him, and then switched it with his left plan and pushed the body at the coming villain, hitting the person. Name, Maruto Magnet Denki. Gender, male, age 14. Quirk, push and pull. He can use his hand to push and pull all kinds of objects, both living and unliving things. He uses his right hand to pull things or someone to himself, while he uses his left hand to push things or someone to somewhere else. It is almost like magnets, which is why I nicknamed him Magnet. With my classmates separated, and I am stuck with 2 classmates, Yuki Drago and Junko Naru. I didn't know what I can do here. However, one thing I knew about this was that we got to survive until the teachers come, and this was just the beginning. fight of our own. It was going to be just a normal training course for me, my class, and Class 1A, the other hero class. Unexpectedly, that wasn't the case today. A group of villains, calling themselves the League of Villains, invaded USJ, the facility for rescue and search training. One of the villains used some kind of black mist to teleport me to other area in USJ, separating me from everyone else. Luckily, I met two classmates, Yuki Drago and Junko Neru. Now, all we needed to do was to regroup with others. But with the villains around, it won't be easy for us. Why the villains were here was unknown to me during this time, but I hope that my classmates were all right. My Hero Academia. Line of good and evil. At one of the different areas in the USJ facility, a team of 3 young students were facing against the villains in what appeared to be a city in middle of very strong, windy, and raining storm. One of the students were my classmates, Makoto Takamukai, and the other 2 were members of Class 1A, Koda and Takoyami. Dark Shadow. Takoyami summoned his own shadow to attack the villains. It was his quirk, Dark Shadow. All in, Makoto whispered as she activated her quirk, mimicking what Takoyami did, using her shadow, like Dark Shadow, and attacking the villains in the fight. As a reminder, Makoto's quirk is Quiet Gamble. She whispers a word related with gambling or name of a casino game to gain random quirk for a limited amount of time. She can use only one that she knows for the name and its power. Fortunately, the goddess of luck was on her side today. That's very interesting quirk. Is it a copy quirk? Takoyami asked. No. My quirk is called Quiet Gamble, Makoto replied. When I whisper a word that relates with gambling or name of a casino game, I can perform a random quirk from my vast knowledge of quirks I know and remember for only a limited amount of time. As long as I know the name and its power, I can use it. I see. It sounds very powerful, though with very huge risk, he commented as Koda nodded in agreement. He was a shy and very quiet person, like a certain sleepy classmate in our Class 1L. Don't worry, she replied. My luck has been better these days. I just hope the others are having a better luck, though. Better yet, I hope they're alive, Takoyami stated. His words scared Koda, making him feel worry for their classmates as more villains surrounded them, and then they got ready into more fights. Somewhere else, another group of students were fighting for their lives. In the Rocky Mountain area, 4 students were currently fighting. One of them was another student from my class, Muru Takino, who can read people's mind whenever she closes her eyes. Her quirk is called telepathy, and she needs to close both her eyes in order for it to work. She was with 3 other students from Class 1A, Kyoka Jiro, Momo Yaoyorozu, and Denki Kaminari. This is bad. Girls, Kaminari panicked. We're surrounded. There are too many of them, Muru remarked, using a pipe for weapon created by Momo's quirk. Hey, Kaminari, can't you be more useful with your quirk? Jiro said. What? Me? My quirk doesn't work in this kind of situation. My quirk works by releasing electricity everywhere, he replied. You should say the same thing to this chick, too. She's not using her quirk at all. I have a name you know, and the name is Muru Takino, she stated. And if you are thinking about getting my number after this, then the answer is no. Huh? Kaminari gasped. How did you know what I was thinking? My quirk is telepathy. I can read others' mind if I close both my eyes, she answered. Well, my quirk is electrification. I can surround myself with electricity and buzz freaks like these guys. But if I do use it, I might risk of hurting you, Momo, and Jiro, he explained. Do not worry about that, Mr. Kaminari, Momo said as something was popping out from her back. It took a while, but I completed it. Muru closed her eyes for a quick moment and read Momo's minds quickly. I see, I get it. Muru understood as she looked at Kaminari. Hey, what are you looking at me like I? She kicked him into the group of villains while a sheet of insulation popped out of Momo's back and covered the girls, protecting them from Kaminari's electrical shock. "Hey, girls, look. I'm actually doing it, and you guys are not getting hurt," he said. "All right, now I can go wild." "Impressive work," Maru remarked. "I can see that your creation quirk is very useful in any given situation." "Thank you," she replied. "This sheet of insulation protects us from Mr. Kaminari's quirk while he's using it." Suddenly, Gyro's face reddened. Maru noticed and soon found out the reason as her face became red. Yeah, but Maru was speechless until Gyro spoke out their thought exactly. "Your costume is exposed." Momo turned to them. "No worry. I can always make another one." "Ah, hey, don't look this way." Gyro covered her classmate as Kaminari just finished his attack, as well as acting very strangely weird. He posed with 2 thumbs up and few saliva dropping out of his mouth, as he moved blankly, like mindlessly. Heh, heh," he said in a very dumb, weird way. "Roman 2 can only see his mind blank," Maru said as she just read his mind. "It looks like his quirk short fused his mind." "Yeah, I can tell," Gyro said as she tried to hold her laugh. Meanwhile, in the Arctic area, Tatsumi Curate was fighting alone against 5 villains. "You're surrounded, kid," one of the villains stated, with multiple arms. "You're outnumbered," another of the villains yelled as he smirked. The villains surrounded him to a corner, where there was only water just behind him. "Actually, you all are the ones outnumbered," Tatsumi said as he activated his driver. He inserted 2 bottles to it, mixing the liquids from both bottles. "It's mixing time," his device spoke. "Acid, frog, mixing." He transformed into a new suit. This one still looked like his first suit, except the color was purple and green. The helmet came too big, goggle-like visors for the eyes. His hair was still exposed. "What the heck?" one of the villains gasped. "Kids these days wear weird things." "Taste some poison." Tatsumi secreted acid from his hand as he spun around, splattering around him. The villains stepped back, trying not to touch or get touched by the acid. Quickly, while they were distracted by the acid, he jumped into the water and swam away. "Oh crap, he's getting away," one of the villains yelled. "Sorry, but I don't have time to deal with you guys," Tatsumi stated. "I got to find my fellow freshmen and comrades." At the same time, Usagi, Maruto Denki, and AI were dealing with their own problem at the forest area. "Hiya!" Usagi kicked the enemy in the stomach. "Repel!" Maruto Force pushed his enemy back, repeating the process if they come back up. Though AI or Aku for his nickname couldn't still use his quirk yet, he managed to fight very well with his martial arts. However, no matter how much they fight, the villains kept coming. "There's too many of them," Denki stated as he now holding his arm. "I don't know how long I can keep up." "I know, right?" Usagi agreed. "Is it just me, or these guys just keep coming back up right after we beat them up?" AI looked around and noticed something odd. Usagi was right. They were fighting the same villain over again, as if there were infinite of them. Then, he soon figured it out. "Denki, use your right arm and point it at that tree over there," AI yelled. "What?" Okay then." He did what AI told him to do. When he did, something pulled out of the tree, revealing to be a person. "Ah!" he cried as he was being pulled by the invisible magnetic force by Denki. Suddenly, the villains that they were fighting constantly disappeared, as they all just poofed. "Just as I suspected," AI said. The villains were just fake, and this guy was the illusionist behind it. "Holy carrot, that's so clever," Usagi exclaimed. "So, this guy was trying to tire us out from fighting, and then beat us when we're tired," Denki said as he rolled his arm around the guy's neck, with AI helping him. "And I would have gotten away with it, too. If it wasn't for you meddling kids and your stupid bunny girl who likes to take selfie." The villain grumbled. "Smile." Usagi snapped another selfie, with Maruto AI, and even the villain in the picture. The trio tied up the illusionist villain, along with his defeated allies, to a rock in the center of the clearing. "So, what now?" Denki asked. "We got to find our class and make sure everyone is safe," Usagi remarked. "True. But you do know that there will be more villains at the front and the center. Mr. Aizawa is handling the villains in the center plaza, while Mr. 13 and our classmates are handling that black mist guy, who most likely teleported and separated us from them," AI said. "If anything, it's probably best to wait for the teachers to come to our rescue." "Yeah, but isn't this place supposed to be secure or something? How the hell these villains came in here in the first place?" Denki asked. "There must be a quirk user who has a power to jam a signal to prevent us from calling the outside," AI pointed out as Usagi checked her phone and looked disappointed at 0 bar for signal on her phone. "But we can't just stand here and do nothing. We got to help others. At least regroup with whoever was separated like us," Usagi exclaimed. "Then, let's just do that. I don't want to stay here any longer in case another villain pops out," Denki said, shivering in fear. "No, I have a feeling this is just a beginning," AI remarked. Somewhere else in the building area, Bakugo, Ijiro, and LA were facing against villains as they attacked them. "Get the hell out of my way," Bakugo blasted the foes, causing them to fly off in every direction and screamed for their life. "Yah!" Ijiro rammed the villains to destroyed wall, destroying it even more in the process. Illy countered the enemy, who uses a blade-like quirk with his sharp mantis arms. "Move away, bug," Bakugo roared as Illy moved out of the way, letting him to use his explosion quirk. He blasted multiple enemies by using his grenade-shaped gauntlet, releasing a stored, huge explosive power. "Whoa," Illy gasped. "Dude, that's like so wild." "Yeah, good thing he's on our side, right?" Ijiro joked. Bakugo heard what Ijiro said, turning to him and scowled. "Ha! Who are you referring to, you hard-head bastard?" "But we're not done yet, bros," Illy stated as he pointed. More villains appeared as they surrounded the trio. "TCH, bring it on. I'll kill you all," Bakugo cried. "That's not very heroic thing to do, explosion dude," Illy commented. "Shut up and just fight, bug," Bakugo replied as the trio jumped forward to counterattack. Meanwhile, at the central area, Shota, Aizawa, Aka, Eraserhead, and the rest of the classes were fighting in their own battle. Eraserhead continued to fight the common villains, while 13 and the students were fighting Kurogiri and Zap. "Mr. Ida," 13 whispered to Ida, the class rep of Class 1A. "While I distract these two, you go and run as fast as possible." "What?" "But, 13 Sensei, I cannot just abandon you and everyone here. It would be such dishonor as a class rep," Ida stated. "Don't worry, Tenya," Uraraka assured. "We'll be fine. You go and get help." Everyone looked at Tenya with reassured face, telling him that they will be all right and go get help. "Alrighty, we'll do it. I will get help," he decided. Tenya started his engine and then ran as fast as possible. "That student is making a move," Kurogiri exclaimed. "I got this," Zap said as he also ran, but toward Ida to stop him. "Now." Ida jumped as high as possible, jumping over the two villains. "Crap," Zap cursed as he stopped quickly and turned around. "Black hole." 13 opened his finger glove, activating his quirk. "What the?" Zap tried to run as possible, but 13's quirk prevented him from moving due to the latter was stronger. "Hang on, Zap." Kurogiri used his quirk to open a warp gate behind 13, causing 13 to be sucked into himself by his quirk. The students gasped as 13 was also surprised, while getting himself be sucked by his own quirk. "Mr. 13, I heard a lot of great accomplishment about you. However, even though you are very well expert in rescuing, The matter of fact is that you have half experience in villain stopping. Isn't that true? Kurogiri said. 13 grit behind his helmet mask. That may be, but I won't allow you or your partner to get away with this. It is my duty to protect the students until the help comes. 13 continued in trying to suck Kurogiri and Zap, preventing the latter to reach and stop Ida, while Ida was in the process of opening the heavy door. Mr. 13, Mina cried. Oh no, Ida looked back. Go! I will be just fine, 13 yelled at Ida. Ida held back the feeling and used his strength to open the door, allowing him to pass through. 13 finally stopped using his quirk. Zap was released, allowing him to move, but it was too late. Damn it! The kid got away, Zap said disappointingly. Then, our mission failed. The heroes will come and fighting against multiple heroes will troublesome, Kurogiri commented. This is game over. My Hero Academia line of good and evil. In the desert area, the villains guarded the only exit. As they were looking a bit bored, a ringtone echoed in one of the villains' back pocket. Yeah, it's me, said a villain in black mask with white eyes. What? You need backup. What's for? Okay, we'll be there. He put his cell phone away and turned to his fellow comrades. Those idiot drill digger brothers need some of our help. 2 of you stay. Rest of you, follow me. Couples of villains followed the leader of the group, while other 2 stayed behind, guarding the door. Not too far away, hiding just behind a sand dune, I saw most of the members leaving. It's going according to plan, I mumbled. The scene changed to other place in the same area. My classmate, Yuki Drago, just finished up with the drill digger brothers. All 3 brothers, whose used the same quirk, were defeated in his hand. He used the villain's cell to call me. I handled the trio. How is it going there? Yuki nodded, and then destroyed the cell phone before flying away. Just in time after he left, the rest of the villains arrived at the scene. Hey, said a female villain. They're beaten up. What's going on? I don't know. Thiso no. Quick, back to the door. Yuki and I, along with Junko, who I was holding on my back, made our escape successfully. Our plan was let Yuki handle the evil mole brother trio, interrogate one of them to make the other villains come to help them. And while that happens, I take care of the other villains that stood and guard the exit. Luckily, Yuki's quirk, Dragonborn, was a powerful and one-of-kind quirk that gives him a greater sense than normal humans' basic 5 senses. Due to that, defeating those trio of mole guys was a piece of cake for him. Name: Yuki Drago. Gender: male. Age: 15. Quirk: Dragonborn, one-of-a-kind and very rare quirk. Make you look half dragon with many dragon-like abilities. There are more about this quirk, which will be shown later on in this story. At the center of the SJ, a young boy with light blue hair and multiple hands on himself stood by himself with another villain, who had dark skin and brain exposed from his head. The latter had a Razorhead on the ground, injuring him with his bare hand, holding him down as he bled heavily from his head. Kurogiri appeared as Zap ran over to the boy's side. Tamura Shigaraki, Kurogiri spoke. I bring an unfortunate news. What is it, Kurogiri? Tamura replied with cold, yet evilly look. One of those kids escaped, Your Royal Highness, Zap said jokingly. But, all seriousness, one of the students got away. It's over for us, and we should get out of here. Tamura didn't say anything back, but began scratching his neck. Then, he scratched his neck harder and harder, as if he was scratching to relieve or show his frustration. He stopped scratching and said, Oh well. It's game over for us, man. Here I thought we will see All Might be killed, but since he's not here and all, I guess it's best to go home. Just nearby in the water, 3 students watched the villain. It was Deku and his 2 classmates, Minta and Sui. They were surprised and very happy to hear that the villains are going away, but something didn't feel quite right. But first thing first, Tamura said when suddenly he was right in front of the 3 students. To destroy All Might's pride and joy as gift for him. However, Tamura stopped with just an inch or two away from touching Tsui. TCH, you're just so cool, aren't you? Erasehead. He turned around, noticing Eraserhead managed to use his quirk on him. Deku jumped out of the water to punch Tamura. But when he did, he punched instead the big villain with the dark skin. This time, though, his arm didn't get injured. With all hope was lost, an explosion happened at the front door. Everyone stopped and looked. I was just on my way to here when I was stopped by young Tenya Ida. The students gasped. When he explains to me what happened, I was horrified and ran here as fast as possible. Some began crying while the villains looked either scared, astonished, and surprised. That is when I also meet my fellow peer along the way. Out of the smokes, 2 figures stood. But do not worry, students, because one of the figures stumped his feet strongly that caused the dust to be blown away and little quake. Because I am here, All Might exclaimed with angry expression as he ripped his necktie. And so am I. The figure standing next to him was none other than Speed Girl, my older sister. Plus Ultra. When all hope was lost, a miracle happened and ignited the hope in the young minds that day. It was going to be a normal training lesson for me, my class, and the other hero course, Class 1A. However, a group of villains infiltrated before we even began the training. Then, I got separated from my class and fought some villains. Rest of my classmates were in the same situation, like me. I never, ever thought something like this would happen to us. Then again, we were all here to become a pro hero someday. But as for me, it was the last thing I want to ever happen in my life. Tamura Shigaraki, Kurogiri, Zap, and other villains saw the 2 pro heroes who appeared before them. Most of the villains looked afraid and concerned. But for Tamura and Zap, they were somehow delighted and excited to see them. "Ho, so you did arrive," Tamura said. Just as expected from number 1 hero, the symbol of peace, the trash of society, All Might. He looked at Speed Girl who stood next to the hero. "And you also brought a sidekick with you. Who the hell is she?" "Speed Girl," Zap yelled aloud. "Long time no see, old friend." Friend? That's the word that the students present thought. "Zap," Speed Girl yelled. She then ran over to him, beating up the common villains in the way, and then landing a punch at him. But he blocked it as if on cue. "Ribbit," Sui gasped. "Wow," Minta astonished. "Speed Girl's super speed," Izuku mumbled. "Say, your punch got a little tougher," Zap commented. "You've been working out." Just then, All Might moved Izuku, Asui, and Minta to a safer place. Minta looked confused, questioning how they moved out of the water to stand on the ground. He soon realized it was All Might. Though he wasn't as fast as my sister, Speed Girl, he was still very fast. Faster than a normal human without a quirk. Not only them, but he also saved their homeroom teacher, Aizawa, with them. "Everyone, take your teacher and get out of here. Hurry," All Might ordered. "All Might," Izuku exclaimed. "Be careful. That villain, who defeated Mr. Aizawa, somehow took my punch, and it didn't hurt me when I did. But he didn't twitch either. He's danger." "Do not worry, young Midoriya," All Might replied as he gave him the usual proud smile with a peace sign. "It's fine." "All Might," Izuku said softly as he gave him a reassured grin. He and his classmates carefully took their teacher to safety. Tamura grit his teeth. "Man, you're just cool as ever but weird. You aren't fast as I thought you would be. That means the rumor is true. You are getting weaker. You villains will not get away with this. Scaring the students and hurting my fellow faculty and juniors. I won't accept this. We will stop you, villains," All Might called out strongly. "Hey, Zap," Tamura said. "You handled that woman. Namu, you handle All Might?" The creature with the exposed brain, known as Namu, gave a strange, eerie roar as it ran toward All Might. All Might got his fist ready and gave the incoming villain a punch, but it countered with its own punch. "Ready to dance, dear?" Zap asked, clearly mocking or annoying my sister. "Oh, this time you won't get away." She and Zap began their fight as they did in superfast speed. Everything and everyone around them moved so slow that she and Zap were moving normally. This was happening when someone with super speed or similar quirk showed. In their perspective, they see objects and people moving slowly because they are moving so fast that the time around them is too slow to move along with them. It was a weird feeling. But in the eyes of the speedster hero, it is plain normal. What was not normal is when they go beyond that. In the eyes of my classmates, all they heard was a loud boom sound, almost like a speaker's noise. That was the sound of two fists colliding each other at a super fast speed. Just then, my two classmates and I arrived at the scene. I noticed the situation at hand, and it was horrified to see. All Might, the symbol of peace, was in the middle of a fight. He was in a suplex position, but that villain who uses the black mist to warp my classmates to other areas had warped the dark-skinned villain that All Might just suplex on and grabbed him on his side, crushing him as All Might bleed from his mouth and the side where the villain's grabbing. "All Might," I gasped. "Huh? More students." I looked at the young boy with a bunch of hands on him. He looked like around my age or maybe older. "Kirigiri, you and Namu handle All Might while I handle the brats," Tamura ordered. Just as I sensed. Yuki Drago spoke up as I turned to him. "These three are the true threats, and this one is the leader." "Who? Aren't you an interesting looking?" Tamura eyed on Yuki Drago. "I've never seen a person with Dragonborn quirk before. Are you that pro hero's kid?" Yuki Drago's eyes widened as if something clicked in his mind, turning his normal human eyes into a real reptilian one. Suddenly, I saw Deku running just past me and going to throw a punch at the villain. But in reaction, the black mist villain appeared in front of him. "Not so fast," Kirigiri stated. "Hey, watch out," I yelled, but it was already too late. Suddenly, an explosion happened. Bakugo appeared and stopped Kirigiri with his quirk. Then, the villain holding All Might had half of his body frozen in ice. It was the work of Deku's classmate, named Todoroki. Then, Kirishima jumped in as Tamura dodged. "Kakin," Deku exclaimed. And everyone. "Shut up, Deku," he yelled back as he held on Kirigiri to the ground. "Eli," I exclaimed. "Yo, Kai, you're all right," he replied as he gave me a thumbs up. "Glad we came in just in time," Kirishima said. "I had a talk with your lackey. You guys are here to kill All Might," Todoroki stated. "Thugs like you won't pull off that easily." The four members of Class 1 stood together, united to fight the villain and assist All Might. Yuki Drago joined in while I just watched and still carried my other classmate, Junko Naru, on the back. I still found it surprising that she was still sleeping even right now in this predicament we were in, and frankly, I am happy that she didn't have to see all of this. Just why? Why are these guys still fighting? They were all in the situation I was a moment ago. We were separated by the villain's quirk, fought the villain lackeys, and managed to survive. Yet, what they were doing now was something I didn't understand. Why were they risking their lives to help All Might? I mean, it is normal to help others, and outnumbering the villain is better than just fighting alone. But still, this was ludicrous. We were still students, not pro-heroes. I thought to myself that it is smarter to run away and let All Might take of this. He is the #1 hero, after all. "No," All Might said to us. "It's fine. You guys go to safety. Speed Girl and I will take care of this." "Wait, my sister?" I thought aloud. "Speed Girl is here?" Kirishima said. "But where is she?" Suddenly, we felt a shock wave in the air. "What the hell?" Bakugo yelled. There's something in the air, moving, very fast, Yuki Drago commented. Meanwhile, about 30 seconds ago, before even I arrived, my sister was fighting against Zap. My sister, or Speed Girl, threw a lightning-charged punch at her opponent, but Zap dodged it well and showed her a counter. She got hit and fall over herself, but recovered her feet and strike back. Just for the record, they were still doing this in normal speed, but to our naked eyes, they were doing this at a very fast, unimaginable speed. I admit, Dollface, you got stronger, but not quite enough to beat me, Zap remarked. This is just a warm-up, she replied as she punched him back. He moved to the side, but then got punched by her other fist. Blah. He threw up saliva from his mouth and somersaulted away from her to keep distance. He wiped his mouth clean, giving a smirk at her. My sister looked a bit out of breath. Isn't this weird, Dollface? He asked. Even though time around us is moving slower than us 'cause we're super fast and all, it feels like we're running out of breath. Oh, wait, of course, we are. We're moving faster than how much our body can stand it. What are you babbling about? She yelled. You always like this. Making jokes to distract your foes. Well, I won't fall into your stinky tricks. Ho, so you learned since the last time we encounter, Zap said. Too bad for your seniors. They could have learned a thing or two from you. My sister widened her eyes and gripped her hands tighter to the point it felt pain. Her blood boiled. You don't have the right to talk about them like that, she screamed as he ran toward him. Zap dodged and kicked her in the shin, recoiling her. She hit the ground, and then everything began moving normally. Hey look, Kirishima pointed. It's Speed Girl. I saw my sister down, looking in pain as she tried to get up. Her enemy, Zap, appeared before her. Whoa, dude, your big sis and our teach are in trouble, man, Ile pointed out. Hey Kai, we got to help her, Kai. I only stood there and just watched, not moving at all. Not to do with fear or anything, though not sure I was afraid to, I didn't. You know. Another weird thing I feel about whenever we fight, or I fight with someone who has quirk like ours, is that somehow I skip over time. In my mind, I know that we just started fighting about less than a minute or two ago, and everything around me moved slower than me. Yet the time still moves forward normally, and the fight we just had lasted much longer than I thought, as if the time was moving faster than us. It is like time travel. If I didn't decide to become a villain, I would have become a great scientist in quantum mechanics or something. Shut up! Speed Girl grabbed Zap and pushed him at supersonic speed. She ran fast, but we were still able to see them fight. She rammed and slammed Zap through the wall. Zap elbowed her, making her lessen her grip on him. He grabbed her by her collar and threw her so fast that she threw like over 20 feet at 50 miles or so in a mere second. Haruka, sis, I yelled. She was thrown all the way to the forest area. She slowly opened her eyes and slowly stood back up. Zap ran over to where she crashed. Oh good, you're still alive, Zap praised. But, just as I expected. Of course, you wouldn't die so easily just by throwing you like that. I should thank you right now, she said. Huh? He looked at her with a confused look. I can see that nobody else is around, so that gives me a... She spits out some blood out and wiped it off from her mouth. A chance to go all out. Zap gave a big, maniacal smile. Oh, so, are we going to do this? Right here and now. I like for you to try. She screamed at the top of her lungs and ran forward. Zap ran toward her, too. Their punch hit each other, creating a powerful shock wave that blasted all the trees away. They punched each other as if they were in a boxing match, and it was sort of like that while they fought. They were moving so fast that they were floating in midair inside a tornado caused by their movement. At the same time, All Might just defeat that villain called Namu. He warned the villains to stop and go away even though it was all just a bluff. But that was when my sister's fight caused a huge gale storm like winds inside the building. What the heck? Kirishima cried. We all grabbed onto something, so we wouldn't be blown away. Tamura Shigaraki, Kirigiri exclaimed. We must go now. The situation is now out of our hand. But the Namu, Tamura complained. It's all right. The boss will create more and provide you more. But we must escape now. Zap's taking his fight too long. We must go now. Kirigiri opened a warp gate. Tamura grit his teeth, but sighed as he jumped quickly into the warp gate. He and Kirigiri escaped, leaving Zap with handling my sister in their fight. The powerful wind destroyed through the roof, while debris and other villains that were left behind, or ones we fought, flew away. That was all I can hear from them. Everyone hold on, All Might yelled. We all held on to something as the winds tried to pull us in. It was literally a tornado trying to suck us into it. Uraraka and rest of class 1 who didn't get warped were hanging on for their deaf life, while protecting the injured teachers. Why does this happen to us? Mainta cried hysterically. Asui held on with her tongue, while Mainta held on by her foot. Hang on, everyone, she stated. We are? Rikido Sato exclaimed, while he was holding on with Shiro, as everyone other than Asui used his tapes to hang on. Suddenly, one of us couldn't hold on longer. Izuku's hand slipped, causing him to be fly away by the winds. Midoriya, Kirishima yelled. Guys, Izuku screamed. Oh no, I thought. Without thinking, I let go of myself. Hey, what are you doing? Kirishima yelled. Young Uno, All Might let go, too, going after us to save us. I flew around in a circle as I grabbed Midoriya. He grabbed my hands as we flung around in the air higher and higher. Kai-kun, he cried. Hang on, I said. But to what? We were high up in the air, and there was a chance that we might get hit by one of the debris or something. Just exactly what am I doing and why? Suddenly, something grabbed us. I looked up and noticed it was All Might, and felt the blood tickling on my costume. All Might, Deku said. Don't worry, young Uno and young Midoriya. We'll be fine, All Might said as he reassured with a smile. But as I looked at him, he looked like he was in great pain and trying to hold on to himself for some reasons. Inside the tornado, my sister and Zap were still fighting despite the mess they were making. You are always like this, Speed Girl. No matter how hard you punch me, no matter how many times you catch up to me, you never beat me, ever, Zap yelled. Maybe so. But as long as I live, I will stop you. Speed Girl jumped toward him with her final punch. Why so, Speed Girl? Is it because I hurt your seniors, your comrades, your students? Zap asked. It is so that you won't hurt anyone I hold dear anymore. My sister jumped from platform and platform, bouncing one to another quickly to gain momentum. As she did, she was able to control herself even in the tornado. She hit Zap 1, twice, triple, and eventually multiple times at the same time. The only thing he could do was to block her every attack, but the attack was overwhelming him. And this time, she jumped high above the tornado. Zap looked up as the force pulled her down due to gravity. She spun herself with her feet out, like a drill. You will be done, Speed Girl yelled. Plus Ultra Drill Kick. She kicked him right in his face like a missile target, dropping fast and hit the ground so hard that it created a huge explosion of dust and smokes. Almost like a nuclear bomb exploded. About 10 seconds later, the teachers and the police arrived at USJ. USJ was officially announced to be closed for the day for the investigations. Mr. Aizawa and 13 were sent to the hospital for a medical emergency. Despite their heavy injury, they will be saved alive. An investigator named Mr. Tsukachi explained to me, my class, and Class 1 informed all of us that other than Midoriya, none of us had any heavy injuries, physically speaking. I wasn't sure for mental state, but from the look of it, everyone looked well and relieved that all of us made it alive. Mr. Tsukachi also informed us that the villain named Namu was found and arrested. The other villain, whom my sister fought and defeated, Zap, was arrested and sent to the prison hospital first due to the heavy injury caused by my sister. He informed me privately that my sister will be all right, but she will be questioned by him and the rest of the UA faculty. I didn't like the sound of that. Because of what happened today, we were dismissed to go home early. But as for me, I waited for my sister just outside the school. Hey, I looked up while sitting on the nearby bench on the school ground. Oh, you're Araka and Tenya, right? I remembered their name. Hey, what are you doing? She asked. Shouldn't you be at home, Uno-kun? Tenya said. I'm waiting for my sister, I answered. Oh, right. Miss Speed Girl, she is your sister and homeroom teacher, right? Uraraka and Tenya joined me while we waited. They explained to me that they were waiting for Deku. We talked while we waited, even though I really didn't want to talk much. But I did explain to them that my sister is my homeroom teacher. I see. Your sister is quite admirable, kind, and very caring person, Tenya commented. She is like my older brother, who happens to be a pro hero, too. Oh, really? I asked. Well, I guess they are alike. Though, I am not sure if my sister will be here any longer. Uraraka and Tenya gasped a little and looked worried. Hey Kai, Uraraka said, giving light smile. Don't worry. I'm sure that your sister will be fine. Besides, like Mr. All Might, she saved us. Indeed. Even if she loses her position as a teacher at here, UA, she will be just fine, Tenya assured me. Just then, we saw Deku approaching us. Uraraka and Tenya looked relieved and happy to see them as he was, too. Hey, Kai, he greeted. Are you okay? I'm fine. It looks like Recovery Girl and Miss Heel did the trick, I said. If you don't remember, I mentioned Miss Heel, the nurse assistant for Recovery Girl. We will meet her soon eventually. Are you waiting for Speed Girl? Your sister? He asked. Yeah, I responded. You guys can go home. I will be fine waiting here for her. They all looked at each other and then smiled at me. We'll stay here with you. Huh? I looked at them. You don't have to do that. I will be just. Hey, you four, we gasped and turned around. There she was, fine as a feather. Miss Speed Girl, Deku, Uraraka, and Tenya were surprised. Whoops, did I scare you? Sorry about that, she said as she blushed. Hey, I said. Oh, Kai, were you waiting here for me even this late? She asked before she released a waterfall of tears and bear hugged me. Oh, my sweet little baby brother, you're too kind, she cried. The trio looked at us, feeling happy and sort of worried about me now that I was being crushed by my own sister's hug. I can't breathe, I complained. She released me, and we went home together with the members of Class 1A, Deku, Uraraka, and Tenya. It looked like my sister will continue working as a teacher at UA, which I felt happy about even though I didn't express it, and sort of bummer admittedly, that it also means she will continue bugging me for the rest of my high school life probably. Though, there was still a lingering feeling inside of me. Why did Deku and his classmates, Bokugo, Todoroki, Kirishima, and my classmate and class rep, Ili, continue to fight? Yuki Drago also did the same thing when he jumped in, joining them. Exactly what drove them? If anything, I thought it was completely dangerous and crazy admittedly. They couldn't get killed, and yet, they still continued to stand up against those villains, knowing how dangerous they are. Was that really what means to be a hero? To stand up against a villain, even if the odd is against you? Also, why did I let go of myself that time? Is that how heroes save someone? However, if anything came out of this horrific incident, I guess I got closer with Midoriya, Uraraka, and Tenya. My Hero Academia line of good and evil. About a few hours before, and an hour after the incident at ASG, the faculty of UA High and my sister, Speed Girl, had a private meeting. Miss Haruka Uno, Principal Nezu said, as he was sitting in the center of the circular table. First thing first, I am glad that you, along with All Might, stopped the villains and saved the students. Thank you, sir, she replied calmly, although she didn't look proud or happy about it. However, by going out of your way to stop a single villain and creating that huge tornado that not only damaged one of our facilities, part of the school property nonetheless, you also endangered the students who you saved and everyone who was inside USG and perimeters around it. I sincerely apologize for my action, sir, and I will be fully held responsible for my action. Whatever the punishment will be, I will humbly accept it, even if termination of employment is required, she admitted. Sir, one of the faculty members spoke up. It was Kuni Hanzo, the gym instructor. Yes, what is it, Hanzo-kun? Principal asked. I agree that what Speed Girl did indeed put the students in much more danger, but she only did it in order to stop the villains. According to the police, the arrested villains, claiming they are the so-called League of Villains, admitted that they invaded USG to kill All Might. If anyone is here to be terminated from this school, I say it is All Might. Hold on a second. A different faculty member stood up as she slammed the desk. This person wore a very skin-tight white costume with red mask and had long, spiky black hair. This was the R-rated pro hero, Midnight. This was the reasons why she is called R-rated pro hero. But I think that was something left unquestioned for the better, if you know what I mean. All Might also save the student, too. Yes, it is true that the villains that attacked the USG were there to kill him. But that doesn't justify the reason to fire the man, she pointed out. His reputation and his own presence here endangers the very safety of the student body and the entire school itself. Midnight. Speed Girl doesn't deserve the termination. We must consider All Might for this, Hanzo argued. I agree with Midnight. The person who spoke up next was another pro hero and teacher at UA High. His name is Cementos, who had a cement block for his head. It is not All Might's fault for the villains to invade and attack USG. It is the villains' action, and that is not part of All Might's responsibility, liability, or any of it. That is true. However, another faculty said. This time it was a man with a dark helmet and exposed teeth, wearing a long trench coat that covers most of his body. This man's name is Ectoplasm. I have to admit that ever since All Might became a member of the faculty here, we've been getting more attention from the public and the media. Those attentions are a bit unwanted sometimes, and the media is particularly very unwanted and also a nuisance to the students, Ectoplasm admitted. Exactly, Hanzo said. We just had that false intrusion by those lousy media. I have to deal with them almost every day and keep them from disturbing all students who come here every morning. All Might's presence here will continue bring unwanted attention, and possibly the villains may plan to attack here next. Excuse me, everyone looked at Speed Girl. If I may speak, I rather have myself be terminated instead of All Might. What? Why? Midnight asked surprisingly. I understand all of your concern and question about Mr. All Might's reputation, but can't be a help. He is a great, valuable, and kind person. In fact, I think this school is lucky enough for him to be here, teaching the next generation of pro heroes, she explained. Besides, I'm the one who's at fault for putting Class 1A and my Class 1L into more danger than they should have. Please, Principal Nezu, if anyone deserves to be fired, it would be me. Everyone was silent, not saying any words. Principal Nezu looked calm and sighed. Miss Haruka Uno, aka Speed Girl. Speed Girl looked up and straight at her boss. As the principal of this school and the member of the UA High staff, I declare that I am here. The door slammed open, revealing to be All Might, who just interrupted them. All Might? Everyone gasped. My apology to barge in, All Might said. But, if I may humbly speak, Speed Girl here doesn't deserve the termination. I am aware that my reputation as the #1 pro hero and symbol of peace had caused unwanted attention from the media, disturbing the students here at this proud school. If anyone here deserves termination, please don't let it be her, but instead of me, and I won't argue back." He bowed down in front of the faculty. All Might, Speed Girl looked down at him with teary eyes. Principal Nezu sighed, and then smiled. "All Might, please get up. Nobody is going to be fired today." "Huh?" All Might and Speed Girl responded. "Principal Nezu," Hanzo gasped. "I was going to say that Speed Girl won't be terminated. She will continue working as the homeroom teacher for Class 1L at this school, under the condition that her pay will be cut by 25%. If she accepts that punishment, that is," he said. Speed Girl almost cried, but held the tear in. "Thank you, sir." Principal Nezu, "Thank you very much, and again, my apology for my abrupt interruption," All Might said. The other teachers looked relieved, but Mr. Hanzo didn't agree with this, so he left with anger and disappointment on his face. My Hero Academia line of good and evil. Somewhere else, at an unknown location, a phone rang. A hand picked up, and the phone cord was pulled over to the unknown person's face. "Yes, I see very well," he said before he put down the phone. In the shadows, 6 silhouettes sat at a round table. "Our intel just sent the information to us about the recent incident at USJ," said the unknown man, only revealing a pair of white gloves. "It looks like he started his move." "Sir," said another person. This one had a very round shape for the head. "Shall I keep on this league of villains?" "Indeed, my friend," said the man with the white gloves. "As for all of you, our intel will continue working at UA High while we prepare things from our side. Remember your mission and our cause. All villains will be all judged by the hammer of true justice, even if it means death." Joining the club. A couple of days have passed since the incident that happened at the rescue and search training facility, USJ. The incident became known as USJ Incident. Fortunately, my classmates, Class 1A, the teachers, and myself were saved and came out alive. I also heard Mr. Aizawa and 13 were dispatched from the hospital due to that their recovery went well and got back into work. On the flip side though, I noticed some glares and stares from other students at UA High. Same thing was happening for my classmates, but Ale thinks that the reason the other students staring at us was that we became popular. I didn't think it was for positive reason, though. I was hoping it would be normal, less stressful day. But I wasn't quite right about that. "Exciting news," my older sister exclaimed as she was her usual peppy self. "In few weeks, we will have the school's sports festival." My classmates cheered and said, "Yeah, something academic activity like normal schools. This is so exciting, isn't it, Kai?" Usagi whispered to me. "This will be my first time ever to be in a school's sports festival. I can't wait for it," Illy said excitedly. "This will the most greatest opportunity for me to research on other classes' quirks," Tatsumi mumbled. "I don't know, I'm not that good in sports so much," Maruto Denki said doubtfully. "Oh, it will be so much fun, Maruto," my sister stated as she mesmerized about it. "I remember it was like yesterday when I attended the UA Sports Festival. There were many kinds of events and delicious food stand. This year, however, will be the biggest festival in the history of UA High. So, I hope you all train for the next few weeks for it." Everyone agreed on that. As for me, I felt uneasy about her reason why she said she hoped all of us to train for next few weeks. Also, another announcement I want to mention is that there will be a club's fair today, she announced. "Club's fair," the entire class shouted excitedly. "Wait," Usagi stopped. "What's the club's fair?" "The club's fair," my sister began explaining. "It is where the students set up a place to meet newer students to join the club. It is a perfect place to get to know your upperclassmen and join their clubs. It is just like any other high schools. The club's fair will take place during lunchtime, so when you have the time, I highly recommend to attend it. The lunchtime began. As I was walking to the cafeteria, Ile stopped me. Yo, Kai, I turned to him, seeing Usagi with him. Usagi and I are thinking of seeing that club's fair that your sister Teach mentioned. Want to join us after lunch? He offered. No thanks. I'm not interested, I replied. Oh, come on, don't be like that. Join us. Usagi grabbed me by my neck collar. Hey, let me go. Ah, I struggled. After I ate my short lunch, I came to the club's fair forced by Usagi. It was just outside the cafeteria, and I got to say, it was a pretty big fair. There were stands for all kinds of clubs everywhere. There were clubs for sports like basketball and soccer, chess, mathematics, video games, and more. Holy carrot. There sure are a lot of people here and so many clubs to choose, Usagi exaggerated. Yeah, it's pretty lively, Ile commented. There are even huge lines over there for some clubs. Let's check some of them out. Oh joy, I grumbled. I really didn't like a whole crowd of people from my last experience when we had that false security alarm not too long time ago. But I guess I could just kill some time by looking around. Oof, I bumped into someone or somebody bumped into me. Sorry. I looked at who I bumped to, and it was a familiar person. Huh? Izuku? The boy looked up and surprised to see me. Oh, Kai-kun. I helped him with getting back up. What are you doing here? I was Dragam, invited by my classmate to hear, I explained. Oh, really? Well, same here too, actually, Izuku chuckled. I admit. There sure are a lot of people. I accidentally bumped into more than 10 people, I think. I didn't know if that was supposed to be joke, but if it was, it sucked. So, are you thinking of joining one of the clubs here? He asked me. Not really. I'm here to just look around, I answered honestly. Oh well, have fun then. I think I will try to find my fry. Hey, I remember you. We turned to the source of the voice. It was a young woman in the female UA high uniform. She had long blonde hair with pink accents, crystal blue eyes, and light skin. One thing about her was that she has a voluptuous body. I noticed that due to Izuku's tint of redness over his face. Hi, she greeted. You must be Kai Uno from Class 1L, and you are Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A, right? Izuku stuttered as he was trying to greet back. But I jumped in and said, yeah, you were that person I saw on the first day of the school. That's right. I'm happy to hear you remember me, she jumped in joy. But let me properly introduce myself. My name is Lola Yamada, class rep of Class 3A and club captain. My name is Izuku Midoriya. He stuttered through his greeting. Dude, seriously, have you ever talked with a girl? I thought. Are you two looking for a club to join? She asked. Well, no, I was actually. My reply was interrupted again when she just wrapped her arms near our waist, which made Izuku jump in surprise due to her certain body party was touching him. Come, why don't you both take a look at my club? She dragged us to her club's table. At her club's table, I noticed the other third-year students. One was a young man with cyan hair and yes, with blue streak. Another was a big man, half tiger with sunglasses and afro, with 2 tiger ears sticking out at the top. I bought some newcomers, Lola said to her fellow members. Apparently, these 2 guys weren't just her classmates, but also a fellow member in their club. I remembered their names. They were Chijiro Hakate and Leo. Welcome to our club, guys, said the boy with the cyan hair. GRR. The tiger guy growled. What kind of club are you guys doing here? Izuku asked. Good question. Protocol. Guys, Lola exclaimed. The 3 upperclassmen began posing as they chanted about something. Prepare for fun, Lola started. And let's do it under the sun, Chijiro responded. To denounce our arrival to spread peace and love. To reach the heart of people, far and beyond. Lola, Chijiro. We, Team SMH, will blast off at the speed of light. Surrender now, or let's have some good time. GRRR, that's right, Leo said calmly. So, what did you both think of our club's motto? Lola asked us. Izuku, and I responded with a silent expression on our face, though Izuku had a very confused look. A wind blew by with random tumbleweed passing by. So, what exactly is this club about? I broke the silence. Yes, good question. Lola pointed at me. This club is known as SMH, short for Social Music Hero Club. Here, we do all sorts of things in the name of sociability, music, and heroes. Basically, we hang out, play music, and help out around the school whenever there is a need of help somewhere, Chijiro summarized. GRR, Leo growled. I see. I understood their purpose, but I really didn't like how this was going. Well, thank you for showing me this and all, but I think I will go and meet up my classmates. They're probably. Want to join our club? Lola asked suddenly. Oh, well, it does sound interesting, but I am not quite sure, Izuku said. Well, working hard I see. We all turned to a voice. It revealed to be another UA High student. He had an olive skin, yellow eyes, and black hair in a slicked-back undercut, gray wolf ears, white fangs, and small patches of gray fur on his hand, and gray tail. What do you want, Fernando? Chijiro asked in a mild anger tone. Something tells me that I won't like this guy, I thought. Are you trying to enlist these freshmen to your clubs? Are you guys really that desperate for new members? Oh wait, of course you guys are. Anyway, he laughed. Why you? Chijiro scowled as he was about to punch this guy. But Lola prevented him to do that. Fernando, it is natural for all clubs, including ours, to ask new first year to join the club and see if they want to, Lola said maturely. Really? Well, I hope you work hard, Senorita Lola, or else your club may get booted off from existence. Smell ya later. Fernando mocked them as he just walked away. GRRR, Leo growled angrily. I know, Leo. I want to beat him as much as you do, Chijiro gritted. Enough, guys, Lola stated. He's gone already. Excuse me, but who was he? Izuku asked. Is he a third year, too? Yes, he is, Lola answered. His name is Fernando Ferraz from Class 3B, one of the 2 hero courses for the third year students. He is one of the top students here at UA High, and he is sort of a bully. A snooby one for sure, Chijiro added. GRRRR, Leo said. Yeah, like Leo said, he thinks too high of himself, thinking that we are no better than he is or equal to him, Chijiro explained. I hate the guy. Then, what did he meant by getting booted off? I questioned. Oh, Lola sweated nervously. That was when the school bell rang, indicating that lunchtime was over and the next class will start soon. Oh, look at the time, Lola exclaimed. You guys better get back to your class now. Here, you both can have this. It is our club application form if you want to join, and we will have our first meeting today after school at the music room. I hope you both will come. I said goodbye to Izuku while he went back to his class. I wondered about Lola's reaction to my question and what Fernando guy said. I didn't know why I was thinking about this. It wasn't like I wanted to join their club, and yet I stood in front of the music room. The time was now 3:05 p.m. after school. I quietly opened the door and said, "Hello? Is anyone here?" Suddenly, a very loud noise erupted once I opened the door. It left me with a ringing in my eardrum. Luckily, it didn't destroy it, at least. Ouch. I moaned. Oh, are you all right? I looked up to see surprised Lola and her classmates, Chijiro and Leo. Hey, did you decide to join our club? Chijiro asked happily. GRRR, Leo growled. I got back up, returned to my posture, and said, well, I'm just here to see what your club is up to and all, and see what it likes. This made Lola, Chijiro, and Leo pleased, though Leo's expression didn't change at all, maybe slightly. I see. Glad to hear that you are curious. Come in, and come in, Lola insisted. I looked around to see that there were many instruments here. This was the first time I was inside the music room. Soon, I noticed another person in the room. This person was a girl with short purple hair and mics for her earlobes. Oh, you're one of the students from Class 1A. I noticed. Kyokajiru was it? Oh, hi. You're Kai Uno from Class 1L, right? She responded bashfully. I wondered why she was being nervous. Jiru-chan here is our newest member to our club. She is helping with our practice, Lola admitted. Practice? I soon noticed that Chijiro had a guitar and Leo with drumsticks. Were you practicing a music or something? Yup. That is the M part of our club name, music, Lola revealed. We play instruments based on our common interest, music. I play the guitar, Chijiro said as he played the guitar, showing off his skill. Leo here plays a mad beat with his drum set. To emphasize, Leo presented his drumming, which was quite impressive. And Jiro-chan here plays the bass, Lola explained. It's been a while I did a bass, Jiro said sheepishly. Now I understood why she was being nervous. It was that she didn't want other people to know that she can play instruments. Don't worry. You'll get used to it, Lola assured. And for me, I'm the singer and together we are. Leo did the drum roll on purpose for this part, as Lola said. SMH Dreamers. I only responded with a silent expression as a random wind blew by. I may have heard a bird chirping from outside the school. So, the club is also a band, I guessed. That's right. We are practicing for the upcoming sports festival, Lola said. It's a real big thing, because it will literally be our first concert, Chijiro said. There will be a lot of people coming. Right, Leo? GRRR, Leo nodded. Say, now you are here. How about you can help us with our practice, she asked. What the hell am I doing here? I only was curious about this club, and now they think I am a member now. I thought grudgingly while I played the triangle since that was the only instrument I can play. I stayed with them for like 3 hours. Woo, that was a good practice. Thank you everyone and thanks you too for joining the club, Lola said with a smile. You're welcome, Jiru said. Sure, I replied calmly. I hope to see you both again tomorrow. I will bring something special, Lola said happily. As I exited the music room, Jiro went up to me a little too close to my face and said, Hey, you better not tell others about this. What? What are you talking about? I asked. I don't usually tell others that I play instrument. So, just don't tell anyone about it. Okay, she demanded, with menacing aura. Okay. I won't tell anyone, I complied as I sweated in fear. As I said that, Jiro looked relief and walked away as if nothing happened. What a weirdo, I remarked as I went the opposite direction. While walking down the hallway, I didn't notice that Fernando was standing by the wall, watching me go by and smirked to himself. Hero or music? Yawned loudly as I walked to school slowly. 4 days have passed since I joined the SMH club. To be honest, I only wanted to see their club once. But whenever I tried to go home immediately after school is over, that darn Lola forced me to come against my will. I had been helping them with practicing band, socializing about music and hero, and helping around the school. It made me tired every day. I tried to tell her kindly that I don't want to be part of the club, but I don't know. For some reasons, I couldn't say no to her. I didn't know why, but I still wanted to know what that Fernando guy said about their club on the first day of the club. Well, today, I will do what I originally wanted to do when I joined the club. I will get the answer during the lunch break. Once lunch break began, I went straight to find Lola. I asked her classmates, And they said that whenever lunch began, she goes somewhere, but didn't know where. I also asked Leo and Shijiro, but they didn't know where she goes. Geez, where is she? I mumbled as I walked around the hallway. So, you saw her? I heard a voice around the corner of the hallway. Yeah, really, I have no clue, but it happens. I heard another voice. I followed the voice and stopped to listen secretly. But why would she be crying at the school's roof? I peeked my eyes to see who was talking. It was Kaminari talking with Minta. They were from Class 1A. I have no idea, man, Minta said. Maybe she got broke up from a boyfriend. What? Kaminari gasped. I never heard that she has a boyfriend. But if it's true, then this can be my chance to ha. Minta chuckled eerily as his face blushed. Not to discourage you, dude, but I think she is out of your league, dude, Kaminari commented. Hey, man can dream, can I? Minta wagged his finger. Yeah, you got a point there. They walked away, not noticing me at all as I stayed quiet. She's crying, I thought. One thing for sure was I had to go to the school rooftop. The school's rooftop was accessible, but not many people go there unless for something private. I wondered why she would be here, crying. Maybe something bad happened to her. I went to the rooftop, and as soon as I came closer, I started to hear few weeping sound. I slightly opened the only door to the rooftop. I took a peek and saw her standing, crying by herself. I carefully took a closer look, opening the door a little more, but due to the rustiness of the door, it made a creak sound. She gasped, and I was like, oh crap. Who is there? She shouted. Busted, I thought, but I went out courageously. She gasped again, quickly whipping the tears. Oh, Kai-kun, what are you doing here? She asked, smiling. Well, she changed the mood very quickly, I thought. I heard you were crying here, so I was wondering, I said honestly. She looked at me with sad expression, but she couldn't lie to me. She sighed and said, sorry for you to see me like this. No, it's fine, I replied. What's wrong? I stood next to her as we looked out to the town. I admit that this was a wonderful place for the view. Hey Kai, she said, do you have a dream? Dream? What do you mean? I asked. Oh well, you see, when I was a little girl, I was with my dad at a mall. One day, there was a lottery event. It looked fun, so we tried our bit and guess what? What? Did you win? I guessed. Yes, I won. It was a wonderful feeling, and the best part is the prize. It was free tickets to a concert. She jumped in excitement. So, later, my dad and I went to that concert, and it was so much fun. But best of all, it was my first time ever at a concert, and I loved it. The guitar was awesome. The piano was great. The singer, she was so pretty and cool. She really sang well, so well that her voice sounded like she was really singing from her heart. I was really moved that day, and it made me think, someday, I want to become just like her. So, your dream is to become a singer? I guessed again. Yeah, she replied happily. But then her mood changed. But I don't think that is a good idea, though. I was confused when she said that. What do you mean? You don't want to be a singer? No, she stated. I mean, I do want to become a singer, but you see, there is someone I cared very much. He's been taking care of me since my dad left for work at somewhere far away. That someone wants me to become a pro hero, just like him. It is why I am here, to become a strong pro hero, like him. I didn't say anything back to her, but I understood her feeling very well. However, that just makes me sad. I mean, it would make him happy if I become a pro hero. But it would also make me sad because if I do become a pro hero, I can't become a singer, she explained. I see, I said. That's why I come here to cry. I guess I was crying out of frustration. I cannot be both a singer and hero. That is just too difficult, she said. You know, I spoke. Maybe you should say this stuff to that person you cared. I mean, you really care for this person. Why don't you say your true feeling for him? Well, I thought that too. But I'm just scared that he might become disappointed of me, she said, tearing up. I mean, I'm already in third year in high school. I wanted to say what I feel about my dream, but I also want to make him feel proud of me. And I haven't done anything good for him. I still haven't got my provisional license yet since I failed so many times before, and this year will be my last chance. I don't want to mess it up. For him. I don't want to disappoint him. She shouted loudly that I wouldn't be surprised if someone heard her. The birds that hanged on the trees flew away by her sudden loud shout, scaring them. She soon realized what she did and said, "Sorry. I didn't mean to shout like that." "No, it's fine," I replied. "Huh?" She looked at me. "I understand how you feel. You are conflicted what you want to do. You want to follow your dream, but you also want to become a pro hero in order to make that person who taken care of you proud of you," I said. "Well, yeah," she nodded. "Well, to be honest, I think it's ridiculous," I said straightforwardly. "Why would you have to become a pro hero if it doesn't make you happy? What is the point of it? There's no point for it. It's stupid." "Kai?" she asked while I was shaking my hands. "Hey, Kai-kun. It's stupid. Why would someone expect you to become a pro hero if you already have something you want to be? Who decide what you be when you grow up? It is just unfair," I snapped. Just then, the school bell rang, causing me to return to reality. I realized that I was at the rooftop, talking with third-year upperclassmen and my senior, Lola Yamada. However, I also realized I said something I didn't want to say. Sorry, but I got to go back to class. I left immediately, leaving her alone. "Kai," Lola sighed. Since then, I have not talked with Lola at all. After school was over, I went immediately home instead of going to the music room for another club meeting. I decided that it would be best for me to not see her again since I acted out again. Anyway, I didn't want to talk about it, and I just want to be alone for now. The next day, however, was something terrible that will affect for me and Lola. MHA line of good and evil. The next day was like any other day, but something was a bit different. Whenever I walked by, the other students looked at me suspiciously. I thought it was due to how my classmates and I became known to everyone because of our involvement in USG incident. But it was something different. Mostly the male students were glaring at me as if they were angry at me. I didn't know why, but I had a bad feeling about it, and I felt I will know the reason soon. "Yo, Kai," my classmate, Illy grabbed me around the shoulder. "Let's go to our class together, bro." "Huh? Sure?" I felt weird when he just approached me all of a sudden. He was very quick for some reasons, forcing me to walk faster than normal to our classroom. He checked to make sure no one was following us, and then closed it immediately. Everyone else in my class also stared at me with a look. Okay, seriously, what is going on here? That was something I wanted to say right now. "Yo, Kai, what have you been doing yesterday, bro?" Ile asked. "Yesterday? About what?" I asked with a stern look. "Oh, Mr. Uno, you are terrible in trouble, sir," Tatsumi scarred. "Huh?" I looked more confused. "Have you read today's school newspaper?" Maruto said. "What school's newspaper?" I asked. "This, bro." Ili shoved the paper right in front of me. I looked at it, and my eyes felt like it would pop out. On the front page, a photograph showed me and Lola talking at the school rooftop, with the headline, "Love in Crisis, SMH Club Leaders Scandal." "What the heck is this all about?" I almost gasped. "That's what we want to find out, bro," Eli stated. "Kai-kun." I turned around to see my other classmate. Usagi cried. "Why?" "What? Look, guys, this is all some kind of misunderstanding." "Okay," I defended. "Misunderstanding? Then, why are you on this newspaper?" Makoto questioned me in accusingly tone. I don't know, I replied. Then, what were you talking about with the most popular girl, Lola, yesterday then? Maruto asked. Before that happened, our homeroom teacher arrived in. The school bell rang, so we had to stop and needed to sit at our seat. Class, I have an important announcement to say, my sister said in a serious tone. If I know anything, whenever she says that in her serious tone, she meant it. She was going to say something serious, which always lead to something I didn't like to hear. Apparently, one of your classmates here is in a big pickle, according to the latest edition of the school's newspaper released this morning, she said. Great. Now my sister knows it, even though most likely she has a big misunderstanding, too. And how did I not know that we have a school's newspaper? I thought. Well, if there is anything for me to say about this, I say. So dramatic, she exclaimed in the most girlish tone. We all back-flipped ourselves comically at our seat and said, that's so very normal, expected reaction. After the class was over, I went to meet the school's newspaper club. I tried to avoid as many people as possible as I marched toward to the club, but some students on their way to the cafeteria saw me. Hey, you, Kaiuna, right? I was stopped by two familiar people from Class 1A, Kaminari Denki and Minoru Mainta. So, you're Lola's secret boyfriend? Kaminari interrogated me. How dare you to hurt the most popular girl's heart? I am so jealous of you, Mainta cried. Look, guys, I don't want to deal with you, and FYI, this is all a big misunderstanding, I replied. Mr. Kaminari and Mr. Mainta. We looked up to see Tenya Ida, looking very mad at the two. Please leave Mr. Uno alone. Geez, Kaminari mumbled. I'm still jealous. Why does the girl always go for the quiet guy? Mainta grumbled as he and Kaminari left. Hey, thanks, I said. It's no problem, Tenya said. I didn't want to cause any more ruckus for you due to your current predicament. Are you all right, Kai-kun? Midoriya and his friend, Uraraka, were also present. Yeah, I'm all right. Thanks for asking, I replied before I turned to Tenya. And you didn't have to. I can take care of myself. Nonsense. Those two are my fellow classmates. Therefore, they are my responsibility as I am their class rep of Class 1A. It is my sworn duty, he said determinedly, yet proudly. Issy, I said as I sweat dropped. Say, could you lead me to the school's newspaper club? Of course. We shall escort you there. Anything for a fellow member of the hero course, even if we're in separate class, he stated. Fiwa, he's being too serious, Uraraka laughed. I think what Ida is trying to say is sure, we can help you, Midoriya said. Hey, Kai bro. I then saw Eli, Tatsumi, and Usagi coming toward us. We're going with you, too. Sorry to react in the morning, Kai. I was only very surprised, Usagi apologized. I apologize, too, Tatsumi said formally. What a beautiful classmate you have, Mr. Uno. I am impressed, Tenya said over-exaggeratedly. Yeah, I responded. Let's go to the newspaper club already. We arrived at the newspaper club, which was on the second floor of the school. When we opened the door, we were welcomed by a loud noise. I recognized soon that the noise was caused by multiple printers running at the same time. The room was quite big, with printed papers and newspaper on the desk, and some students working hard at their desk. Holy carrot! This place is very lively, Usagi surprised. And it's huge. I think it is twice bigger than the homeroom classroom, Uraraka remarked. Yes, indeed, Tenya agreed. It is almost like a real newspaper company. May I help you, people? We were interrupted when a single member presented in front of us. This person looked very strange, but I think it was due to his quirk. He literally had a camera lens for his right eye, while his left eye was a normal eye with black color. His hair was spiky, silver gray hair. He wore the standard male UA uniform, but with a yellow bandana around him that says, Head Photographer. What do you all want? We're currently busy right now, so please make it quick, the boy said. As I was about to say something, Eli butted in and interrupted me. Hey, cameraman, we're here to talk about our friend's complaint here, he exclaimed. Ah, the boy looked at me. You're Kai Uno, the big scoop of our today's newspaper. The lens I zoomed out from his face, and then a flash occurred at us. We were momentarily blinded. Ouch! What was that all about? Usagi complained. Just taking pictures, that's all, the boy replied. My name is Kuma Camera, but people calls me Snap and my quirk is Photo Snapgraph. Name, Kuma Snap Camera. Gender, male. Quick, photo snap. His right eye is like a camera lens. He can zoom in and zoom out his lens at objects and living things to take photograph or snap photographs, just like any normal cameras can do. The photograph he makes come out from the side of his lens. I'm first year from the general course and the best photographer of the UA Press Club. He even showed us the photo he just made of us with surprised expression when he took a picture of us suddenly. That sounds great and all, but I want to know about this. To emphasize, I showed him the today's front page. Ah, yes, that is a photo that I took yesterday, he answered. Why? Usagi pulled him and shook him. Why did you do that? Miss Usagi, please let him go, Tenya ordered as he stopped her. Anyway, why did you take this photo? And how did you know I was there? I asked. Oh well, yesterday, the club received an anonymous tip about a scoop just before lunchtime, he admitted. Anonymous tip? Midoriya repeated. Scoop? Usagi pictured a delicious carrot ice cream as she began drooling. Not that kind of scoop, Tenya scolded her, stopping her daydream while Uraraka's sweat dropped. Someone gave you a tip, I said. That's right. Someone called the club's number and I picked up. I couldn't tell who it was because the voice was hard to read. I couldn't tell if it was a boy or girl. But I really didn't care since he or she said that something big will happen if I go to the school rooftop during lunchtime. I accepted it without any hesitations, and when I did, that was when I saw you talking with Lola Yamada, the UA High's most popular girl, he explained. It sounds like someone was using a voice changer to hide their real voice, Midoriya thought aloud. So, that's explain it, Tatsumi said. But the question is who was the one who gave the anonymous tip, Eli added. Something smells fishy about this, Usagi commented. They all had a good point. Somebody knew that I was at the rooftop with Lola during lunchtime yesterday. Maybe someone saw me going there. But who could it be? And why? Hey say, we looked back at Snap. You guys were involved at the Uschi incident, right? Would you mind if you give some interview for our next issue? Suddenly, his fellow members just gathered around us with notebook and pens. We just ignored them and left the room. So, now what? Usagi asked. Now, we just have to find the guy who snitched Kai here and get him, Eli exclaimed. I agree. Whoever gave the press club that tip was definitely someone who planned to harm Mr. Uno and our senior, Miss Yamada, Tenya stated. But how do we do that? Uraraka asked. There are like gazillion students in this school. I wouldn't say gazillion students, but there are a lot, and we can't just ask all of them straightforwardly, Midoriya said. However, I already had an idea who was behind all of this. There's no need for that. Guys, I said. I know who did it. Really? Who is it? Tatsumi asked. Yeah, Kai-kun, who did it? Usagi said. Well, I have a plan first, but I need all your help, I said as I shared my plan secretly with them. MHA line of good and evil. Fernando Ferros was minding his own business, doing his P class. It was during changing clothes when one of his classmates approached him and said, Fernando, I have a message for you. Message for me? From who? He asked. It's from Lola Yamada from Class 3A, his classmate said. Give me that. He snatched the letter from him. It read, Dear Fernando, I was wrong about everything I thought about you. Could you please meet me after school at the old storehouse in the backyard? Love, Lola. Fernando smirked to that. Well, it looks like Miss Yamada finally see my best colors. I must prepare myself to look best before I meet her tonight. After a few hours later, the school was over for the day, but Fernando stayed. He went to the storehouse. It was the most oldest building at Ua High. Many old tools and unused stuff were put inside the storehouse, and usually left forgotten. There was no lights around the storehouse, so it was a pretty scary looking place when it was dark. I wonder why she asked me to meet here, Fernando wondered as he waited. Suddenly, he heard something in the bushes. Then, the winds howled, causing the leaves to rustle in between the branches. The owl hooted as it flew by. Come on, what is she taking so long? Fernando said. Suddenly, he heard a door screeched. It was the storehouse's door, and he could hear something inside. Hello? Who's there? He asked. Though, he looked a bit frightened. He stepped closer to the storehouse to see what was inside, causing the noise. Who's there? Show yourself, he demanded. Suddenly, a strange monster popped out of the storehouse, growling and roaring at him. Fernando jumped and cried in fear. Ah, he screamed. Suddenly, something flashed at him, causing him to be blind momentarily. So, how did you enjoy our trick, Fernando? I revealed to myself. Huh? You? Fernando looked surprised. Did you make the photo, Snap? I asked. Yup, crystal clear. He showed me the photo, which showed Fernando screaming in fear at the right moment. What's going on here? What's the meaning of this? He asked. The monster that scared Fernando revealed to be Midoriya, Uraraka, Ida, Usagi, and Ale in disguise. What's this? He gasped. We got you now, Wolfman, Eli exclaimed. So you are the perpetrator. How unbelievable for third-year senior, like you would harm your fellow classmate and junior, Tenya scolded. Anyway, I had a feeling that it would be you who gave the anonymous tip and caused trouble for me. And Lola, I said, receiving a scowl from Fernando. You do understand the situation you are in. So, you're gonna frame me until I spill the bean, is that it? He asked. Pretty much that's the plan, Usagi answered. Well, then let me teach you freshmen a lesson. Suddenly, Fernando jumped high and stomped over Snap. Ah, he screamed. Snap, we gasped. Fernando was going after the photo. We grabbed Fernando to make him let go of Snap, but he was too strong as he pushed and shoved us. Everyone, stand back, Eli stated. We just did that, and Eli turned his back, and suddenly he did something unbelievable. He squirted webs out of his behind, which looked very gross and strange. He was using his quirk, Bug Body, to turn his butt into a spider's butt. Spider can shoot webs from their butt from what I read. What the? Fernando was quickly trapped by the web. No matter what he does, he was stuck with the sticky spider webs wrapped around him. Nice job, Eli, Usagi cheered. Though, that was kind of gross that you shot a spider web out of your butt. At least it works, right? He shrugged jokingly. Damn it, you all, Fernando said. Now, you can listen to our agreement, I said. Wait. We all stopped and turned around, noticing Lola and her friends. Lola Yamada. Everyone gasped as Snap took picture of her and her friends. Great job finding out that Fernando was behind it all, Chijiro congratulated. Right, Leo? GRRR. Leo growled as he nodded in agreement. We will take care from it here, Lola said as she stepped in. We backed off, but stayed to see this. Well, I am just graceful to see you, Lola, Fernando said happily, completely changing his mood and showing his puppy eyes. These mean, horrible freshmen captured me and accused me for that terrible, false scandal that caused you so much trouble today. I am just glad that you're here to help me. False scandal, Usagi angered. But we stopped her, and made her calm down. Don't be such a big, bad, lying wolf, Fernando. I am not Red Riding Hood. I heard everything, and this is what you get. She punched Fernando very strongly, causing him to go out cold. We were surprised by her strength, saying to ourselves in our mind, "Whoa, she's stronger than she looks." She turned us and said, "Thank you for all your help, guys, even though I didn't ask for anything." "No problem. You may be our senior, but we're all fellow hero to be in training. We got to stick together," Eli stated proudly. "I agree. It is a good idea to help each other whenever we're in trouble, no matter what year we are in," Tanya said. "And I want to especially say thank you to you, Kai," Lola said, smiling. "For you to go out of your way to help someone like me and asking your friends to aid you. You really are like a hero." I shrugged and said, "No." "Huh?" She looked a bit surprised as everyone looked at me. "I only did what I felt was right. That doesn't make me a hero," I answered. I walked away, heading straight home as pretty much the business was over. "Geez, what was all that about?" Ile admitted. "It seems Mr. Uno is a much complicated person than I thought," Tatsumi commented. "Kai-kun," Midoriya thought, looking a bit concerned as I headed home. The next day, everything was back to normal except for one thing. There was a huge laughing and crowds of students gathered at one spot. I checked what was going on and realized what the commotion was for. UA Sports Festival is coming soon. Join and show our school spirit. It revealed to be Fernando dressed in some kind of clown costume while passing flyers to other students. I also noticed Lola, Chijiro, and Leo helping out. It must have been their work. They must have forced him to work for them by dressing as a clown for his punishment. I admit I find that to be funny. I continued on my way, minding my own business. Lola saw me and called to me. "Kai." I stopped and saw Lola approaching me. "Good morning." "Morning," I responded. "Hey Kai, I just want to say again thank you for yesterday," she said. "It was nothing," I said. "Kai, I don't know exactly what you're thinking sometimes, but I know you are a very kind, sweet person. I think that makes you a true hero, even if though you don't seem to want to be a pro hero." "Wah," I looked at her with widened eyes. "See you later, Kai." She went away before I had a chance to respond to her. What she said shot through me, like a dart on the target board. I thought it was only my older sister and I knew. But it looks like another person saw me through. It was true. I don't want to be a pro hero. The shift? Almost a month had passed since I became a high school student and joined UA High, the country's most prestigious, top high school for training heroes. I met interesting people, learned that my older sister is my homeroom teacher despite my personal opinion about that, and even experienced firsthand of facing against villains. It was too much for a normal, young person like me can handle. But yet, I am still here. However, I still don't know my reason for me to be here, frankly. What is my reason to be here at UA High? Why am I? Is this really where I will be? What is my purpose here, or rather what is my purpose in life? Is becoming a hero worth it? What is a hero? What is a villain? These questions haunt me every day since I was very young. Everyone else around me either wanted to see me become a hero, and others are pursuing to be one. But is that really what I want? I really didn't know this at the time, and that is why this is my story of how I come to realize it. However, for today, I will tell you another story. MHA line of good and evil. It was a late night. 3 black trucks were driving on the road along the side of a hill. Each truck was carrying some passengers, but they weren't ordinary passengers. Each truck had the mark of the Metropolitan Police Department, and they were carrying arrested supervillains. 2 officers on the 3rd truck were conversing with each other to pass the time. "Man, sure is dark today. How long have we been driving?" the right officer remarked. "About 4 hours now," the left officer said. The right officer yawned, looking quite bored. I hope we get a break from this. Sometimes, it is so boring in this job. I know what you're saying, but this is important, the left officer pointed out. We're transporting villains to a highly secured prison. These goons are the same goons who attacked Yua High's USJ facility. They are? The right officer gasped. I thought they were just common thugs. They may look like it, but they're the real deal. The prison they were first intended to go was under renovation. It is the reason why we're here, the left officer explained. Wow, the right officer amazed. I just hope we get a big raise for carrying these losers. Suddenly, the first truck stopped, causing the other two to stop. Whoa, what the heck? The right officer gasped. I will go outside and check. The right officer left outside and checked with the other drivers. It was very dark and foggy due to the clouds covering the moon. He checked the other truck. But for some odd reasons, there were no drivers or other officers. Where is everyone? He asked as he looked around. Suddenly, something moved very fast and hit him from behind, knocking him out cold. That dark night where the moon can't shine became an incident that will affect the very core of heroism in our societies. 2 days later, the bell rang at Yua High, signifying the end of the school day. It was Friday, and all the students were excited to go home and relax for the weekends ahead. However, teachers and members of the faculty were too busy with weekends. They were a conference room, discussing the League of Villains and the terrible incident that happened recently. The meeting was hosted by Naomasa Tsukachi, police detective from the police force. Unfortunately, that is all the information we have about the League of Villains, Naomasa said. Thank you very much, Detective Tsukachi, Principal Nezu said. However, I feel that there is something more for you to say, isn't there? The faculty member presented at the meeting were Principal Nezu, All Might in his true form, Midnight, Cementos, Ectoplasm, Present Mike, Lava Man aka Mr. Hanzo, Speed Girl aka Haruka Uno, Snipe, Vlad King, Power Loader, and Erase Your Head still in bandages all over his face, and one broken arm. Is there something else you want to say, Tsukachi-kun? All Might asked. Yes, but what I will say is something confidential and very troubling, he stated. About a few days ago, 3 trucks were transporting 12 villains whose were involved in the USJ attack to much secured prison. Due to some technical problem and renovations, 6 officers and 1 pro hero were assigned to handle the transportation. All the faculty members listened carefully, but had a feeling something bad about it. While they were transporting the villains, they were stopped at the road alongside the hill for mysterious reasons, he continued. And what happened? Principal Nezu asked. The next thing that happened was a shocker. The villains that the police were transporting escaped, he revealed. Most of the faculty members gasped. Escaped? Present Mike gasped. No way, Speed Girl exclaimed. Let me present you all what we found out at the scene. He turned on the projector, showing several photographs of the scene. However, what the faculty didn't expect was one photo that showed something horrible. One photograph showed a marking of a person, indicating that someone was killed. The police found that the officers escorting the villains to the destination were safe, but the pro hero who was assigned with them was murdered, Detective Tsukachi admitted. All the faculty looked uncomfortable, sad, and some angry. That's unfortunate to hear, Principal Nezu remarked. Please, continue, Detective Tsukachi. What did the police found at the crime scene? Well, like I was saying, the pro hero who was helping with transportation of villain for the police was murdered. The police officers who assigned to the hero are safe, but they couldn't remember what happened. All they can remember was that they stopped at the road. But one officer reported of seeing a strange light before he was passed out, he said. Strange light? Snipe looked intrigued. We don't know what he meant, but he described it something flashy. Though, it could have been the moon. Last night, there was a full moon, but due to the weather, It was covered by clouds and fogs most of the times, he explained. As for the villains, they all escaped. The police are currently searching the area near the crime scene, and all local police are on high alerts if any of them manage to escape in the nearby towns. This is unbelievable, Hanzo shouted. Those scums must be recaptured immediately. They are definitely regrouping with the ringleader and the League of Villains. Mr. Hanzo, please calm down, Principal Nezu ordered calmly. The police force thinks this is all due to the work of the Leagues of Villains. I will keep you all informed when we learn something. Thank you for your time today. The meeting ended there. The members of the UA faculty felt uneasy. Members of the League of Villains escaped, and they murdered a pro-hero. This made their blood boiled, but what had done was done. They couldn't do anything else but continue with their own works. Boy, what a day. President Mike moaned. I think I will go for some drink. That sounds like a good idea. May I join with you? Midnight asked. Sure thing, Midnight. Anything for you, President Mike said happily. I would like some refreshment tonight, Cementos said. What about you? Erase your head, President Mike asked. Do I look like I need a drink? He replied. Despite the medical paper rolls that cover his face, everyone still understood what he was saying. Nah, just asking, that's all. Suit yourself then, President Mike said as he and the other pro-heroes went for a drink. Well, I better get back home. My little baby brother is waiting for me, probably moaning in hunger, Speed Girl said. See you next week, Mr. Aizawa. She zapped away, running at super speed. Even for me, I can never run that fast, All Might commented. He was now in his muscular form. Do you have to always surprise me? Aizawa stated. All Might looked at Aizawa. He sighed in response and said, Never mind. I'm going back home and just go to bed. Well, good night, Aizawa-kun. And sleep well and don't let the bed bugs bite, All Might said as he smiled brightly. Yeah, thanks, he replied meekly. While Mr. Aizawa walked to his apartment home, his pocket rang. He checked and noticed that his cell phone was ringing. He looked at the contact name, responding with a look. He picked up the call. It's me. Erase your head. It's been a while, a voice said. What do you want? You don't call me unless if it is to do with some case you're working on, Aizawa replied. Exactly, the voice responded. I need you to do me a favor. The next day, the faculty members and teachers gathered at UA High. It was Saturday, so it was closed. Everyone from yesterday's meeting was presented with the exception of Recovery Girl. She was at present, too. Ahem. Aizawa fixed his throat as he stood up, starting the meeting. Good morning, everyone. Sorry to call you all on a short notice during the weekend. Good morning, they all responded. The reason for this meeting is that we have a, presenter today. A guest, you can say. But he is a well-known pro-hero as you may or may not know him, Mr. Aizawa said. Just get to the point, Hanzo spoke up. Anyway, Mr. Aizawa said. Without further ado, I welcome our guest to speak today. The door opened. Everyone saw who it was. The person who came in wore a black trench coat, black hat, and white mask with a big, red question mark on the face. Good morning, teachers of UA High, he greeted. I am Unknown, Detective Unknown, Private Investigator. The teachers whispered to each other. They knew who he is. He was a well-known detective superhero, but not the kind one with the good reputation. What's the meaning of this? Erase your head? Hanzo asked, looking a bit annoyed and doubtful. Detective Unknown here is happened to be my old colleague. Back in the day when we used to work at the same hero agency. He claims to have an information relating to League of Villains, Erase your head stated. This caught their attention. I see. You may speak, Detective Unknown, Principal Nezu accepted. Thank you, Principal Nezu, Detective Unknown acknowledged. As I heard from the news and my own investigation, an organization of supervillains, known as the League of Villains, attacked one of this school's facilities. There were over 70 villains who attacked at Ushji. However, 12 members have recently escaped. Wait a minute. How did you know about that? Speed Girl asked. That's supposed to be a confidential information from the police, Hanzo exclaimed. I have my own way, he responded swiftly. The teachers felt interested, but also suspicious of the presenter himself. Nonetheless, they continued to listen to him. These 12 villains. He turned on the projector and showed them the mugshot of the escapees. They were originally supposed to send to a secure facility, but due to some reasons by the police force, they transported them to elsewhere instead. However, the officers that were transporting them were mysteriously attacked, and next thing they knew, the villains have escaped, leaving little or no trace at all. Unfortunately, the pro hero who assigned with them was murdered at the scene of the crime. The police claim that the League of Villains was behind this, saving their fellow members from jail time. That is what they said, All Might said. But what is your point? I think otherwise, he replied. Everyone looked confused, yet surprised look. I don't think this is the work by the League of Villains, he revealed. Preposterous, Hanzo shouted. That is ridiculous. Are you suggesting that somebody else other than the villain scums did it? That's the working theory, he answered. This is a waste of time. We don't have time to listen to this conspirator's theory, Hanzo argued. I agree, Snipe nodded. But what proof do you have? He changed the slide, showing the murdered victim. The murdered victim. The name was Junji Kawamoto, age 32, gender male, 6 feet, 3 inches tall, profession hero under alias Immobile. He was a local pro hero from the Kanagawa prefecture. According to his fellow co-workers at the hero agency he works at, Mr. Kawamoto has been acting strangely prior to his unfortunate end. What do you mean? Speed Girl asked. According to the source, he was being less social with his co-workers over the days prior to his murder. Before in the past, he was more social and always working with his fellow heroes. However, about 2 weeks before taking on his last assignment, he acted more alone, started working by himself, and talking less with others. I also spoke not only his co-workers, but neighbors, clients, and others, and they all said the same thing. Mr. Kawamoto aka Immobile had become antisocial, or in my theory, I think he was trying to separate himself from others, something that perhaps he doesn't want others to get involved with. Maybe he was just tired, stressful from work, Hanzo argued. True, but according to his co-workers, even when the job is stressful, he is the one who brightens up everyone's mood. His recent behavior before his death is very strange and intriguing to say the least, and I believe that his sudden change in his self is most likely linked to the recent incident, Detective Unknown suggested. So, you're suggesting that his changed behavior relate with his murder and the incident? Midnight asked. That's the working theory, Detective Unknown said as he ended his slide presentation. I don't have the actual, physical evidence to prove my theory, but whether you believe me or not, please take these words into consideration. Something else is moving behind the shadow of our society, and it is not just the League of Villains. In this age we live in, this unknown force may alter or change the very society of heroes itself. I suggest listening to politics. Detective Unknown left as soon as he finished his presentation. The UA faculty all looked at each other, taking all the information they just learned and trying to process it. I still hold my thought that man, Detective Unknown, is full of nonsense, Hanzo spoke up. For once, I agree with Hanzo, Snipe stated aloud. Detective Unknown, though clever man, is also a conspirator and very infamous for it. So, you both suggesting that we should not trust him, Ectoplasm said. Why don't we hear from his former co-worker here? Everyone looked at Eraserhead. He looked up, with his calmness twinkling in his eyes. I understand that all of you have some doubts about what Detective Unknown said. It is true that he is a conspirator, and his method of investigations is inconspicuous. But I think we should put some consideration. He has clearly investigated the case much deeper than us or the police. Whatever he says is never a lie. I agree with Erase Your Head, Principal Nezu said. Detective Unknown, like the police, is on our side. If Erase Your Head trusts him, then I trust him as well. I know I don't have much to say, Recovery Girl said. But Principal Nezu says he trusts Detective Unknown's words. Then I trust him as well. Well, whether each of you has your own opinion about Detective Unknown's words, it is fine to feel that way. But I will take his words into consideration. This meeting is adjourned, Principal Nezu decided. The other teachers went off to their own business. All Might was thinking deeply about what Detective Unknown said. His last phrase, I suggest listening to politics. I wonder why he said that, All Might thought. You're wondering about what Detective Unknown said, aren't you, All Might? All Might gasped and turned to the source of his name, revealing to be from Erase Your Head. Ah, Aizawa-kun, you scared me, All Might shrieked. What are you? A little girl? He said. Well, yes. I was thinking about the last phrase he said before he left, All Might admitted. Yeah, that last phrase of his concerned me the most, and I understand what it means, Aizawa said. I've been reading news on the politics lately and saw this one article about a certain politician. Really? All Might asked. According to the article, this politician is a young and inexperienced person, but has a radical ideal, he commented. Radical ideal? All Might asked. That ideal is that MHA line of good and evil. It was a late Sunday night. Most hero agencies were closed for the day. While everyone was sleeping peacefully and the street was quiet, something fast was passing by, leaving a note at many agencies as it moved. The next day, the hero agencies began their day by starting with reading the morning mail. Mr. Jeanist, one man called. A tall man with long jeans, bowl-cut blonde hair, and long neck collar that covered his mouth and most bottom half of his face stood at the desk. This man's name is Bean Jeanist, number 4 Pro Hero. What is it? Best Jeanist asked. A strange note came in the mail. Please take a look, the man said. This man was one of his employees working at his agency. What's this? Best Jeanist looked at the note and read it. What the hell? What is this note? Another hero from different agency exclaimed. It was a man, a very bulky and big man, wearing a large headband with a yellow and black caution pattern like you would see at a construction site. He also wore heavy metal bracelets with the same color pattern. This is the pro hero, Death Arms, and apparently, he also received the same notes. At the central part of Tokyo, the National Diet Building also received the same mysterious note. Currently, the Prime Minister and his fellow members of the cabinet were having a conference meeting. Just what is this? Prime Minister asked. Who sent such atrocity? He slammed the note down angrily. The mysterious note was from the League of Villains, and it said, We will attack tomorrow at 10 am when the ambassador from the Republic of Nor visits. Could someone explain to me about this? Prime Minister questioned frustratingly. Now, sir. We're already contacted the police, and we tightened the security. Plus, as part of the tightening security, we hired several heroes from different local hero agencies. They will be assisting us and make sure that nothing goes wrong, sir, his secretary said. I hope so, he replied in a much calmer tone. Tomorrow is my important meeting with the ambassador from the Republic of Nor. If it goes well, our national relationship between Nor and Japan will be improved economically and politically. I cannot have anything go wrong before my last term ends this fall. The next day, it was 9:30 am. Just like on schedule, the ambassador from the Republic of Nor arrived, and he was welcomed by the Prime Minister of Japan. The security was tightened with not just more guards, but also hired pro-heroes. They discussed together in a private guest room. "Ah, Mr. Ambassador, have you met one of the greatest heroes in our country?" Prime Minister asked. "Oh, I haven't yet. I would love to meet him when I have the chance while I am here in this country," Ambassador said giddily. Ambassador of Noor also happened to be a big fan of All Might. "Well, lucky for you, he is here," Prime Minister of Japan called the hero. The ambassador looked very excited. The door opened and entering was someone that he didn't expect to be. "Good morning, Mr. Prime Minister and Mr. Ambassador of Noor. I am Endeavor, and I will be your personal guard for the rest of your stays here in our fair country," he introduced. The ambassador shimmered down his excitement and looked little upset. "Oh, well, it's very honor to meet you, number 2 pro hero, Mr. Endeavor," Ambassador greeted as they exchanged a handshake. Endeavor didn't show it here, but he already showed discouragement mentally. "Do not feel worry, Mr. Ambassador. Good old Endeavor here will stay at your side at all times. Your care is in his hand," Prime Minister assured. "Isn't that right, my friend?" "Correct, sir. It is my duty as a pro-hero to uphold peace, including protecting an important guest," Endeavor stated promptly. "Good," he replied. "How about let's get going?" While this was happening, about several miles away, workers at the Tokyo Children's Hospital was busy with their usual business. Here at this hospital, the patients were comprised of children, from age young as a newborn to all the way to 14 years old. Not only they cared for the patients, but they also have their own special education facility for sick patients. More or less, it was a school for the patients. The nurses who cared for the patients, part of the educational program, loved doing their job. "Okay, students," the nurse said excitedly. "Let's begin our ABC recital." "Yes, Miss Yoko," the students replied. Most of them were 5 years old, and there were a few 3 or 4 years old, too. Miss Yoko, one of the nurses who work at the hospital, loved the children. She had been working at the hospital for 3 years. She made the youngest nurse, but she was very good with children. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. They began the song. H, I, J, K, L. "I am here," one of the students interrupted, which made the other children laugh. Miss Yoko laughed and looked at the culprit. The one who yelled out, "I am here," was a young boy with scruffy black hair and freckles. "That's very funny, George-kun, but you know your ABC recital." "I am here is All Might's word, not part of the ABC recital," Yoko said. "All Might is the coolest, Miss Yoko. I am also practicing his words, too, so that someday I can be a hero like him," George exclaimed as he held up his All Might figurine. "That's very nice. It's good to have a dream," Miss Yoko commented. "Now, let's go back to our ABC, shall we?" Just as their ABC recital began and Prime Minister of Japan guided the ambassador along with Endeavor, the clock hit 10 a.m. Unspeakable things happened. At the location of the meeting, an explosion occurred. The security guards and the pro-hero responded quickly. "Someone put this fire out," Death Arms yelled. "I got it." One pro-hero stepped forward and shot water from his hoses, which were also his hands. "This is pro-hero backdraft." Luckily, all the people in the building weren't injured heavily, and only a few had a minor injury. "Hey, look, it's Endeavor." Everyone looked up and saw Endeavor moving through the flame, carrying both the Prime Minister and the ambassador. Endeavor, few pro-heroes, including police officers, attended over to Endeavor. "Take care of the Prime Minister and the ambassador. They need medical attention," Endeavor ordered. Suddenly, more explosion occurred, and something also appeared out of the fire. The heroes looked up to see who it was. 3 mole-like people came out, with sharp metal claws out. "We are the Mole Brothers from the League of Villains. Surrender now, heroes," they exclaimed. As the pro-heroes and the guards worked at the scene, Another trouble was occurring. At the children's hospital, the situation was similar but worse. "Quick! The fire is spreading," the fireman exclaimed. "Where are the pro heroes when we need them?" "Where is Backdraft?" one of the firemen asked. "Stay focused, men. Until the pro heroes come, we must do whatever we can," the chief fireman stated. Inside the burning building, Miss Yoko got herself out of the rumble. The last thing she remembered, a big explosion occurred. She looked around. "Children, children," she screamed. She searched around the rumble, but the smokes were spreading. "If she stayed here too long, she will be burned." Ooh. She then noticed one of the children under the rumble. She recognized the All Might action figure in the child's hand. "George," she reached for him, getting him out of the rumble. She heard the crackling and cracking. "Don't worry, George, we're getting out of here," Yoko declared as she saw that was the only option in order to save both their lives. They managed to get out of the classroom. The elevator wasn't working, so she took the stair. While walking safely downstairs, another explosion occurred, causing more fire. Outside the building, the firemen and police officers tried their best to take control of the situation. "Damn it! The building keeps exploding," yelled one of the firemen. While the two incidents were occurring, the media was at the scene, and many people in the city, or rather the whole country, was watching. The news media was covering both at the separate scene on live. The supposed building where the meeting between Prime Minister of Japan and Ambassador of Nor took place, and Tokyo Children's Hospital. Both situations were horrible to see, but if anything, the latter was in the much worse situation. At UA High, we were temporarily stopped by our class lessons to watch the news. Everyone was frozen, and some were horrified to watch. I watched quietly as we cannot do anything else, but watch the events unfold. Back at the children's hospital, Yoko with little George in her arms was almost at the exit. But some of the burning ceilings crumpled down and blocked the only exit. "No," she screamed. There was no escape for her and George as the smokes and fire surrounded them. She thought this was the end for her and George. Suddenly, a bright light consumed her before the entire building crumbled down. After an hour of fighting against the fire, it was finally put out. The politicians, including Prime Minister and the Ambassador of Nor, were safe, and the villains who attacked the government were arrested or re-arrested in this case. But the doctors, nurses, and the patients at the children's hospital weren't. The whole hospital building had crumbled down. There were couples of survivors, but many had lost their life. Oh God. Chief Fireman looked around. It was almost like a war zone. "Find any survivors," he ordered. "Sir, I found something," one of his men yelled at him. The chief walked over to his firefighter as he climbed over the rumble. "Look, sir," he pointed. In the center of the building, a huge crater formed with a single light flashing in the center. Soon, that light dimmed, revealing to be 3 people. The light was projected from one of them. It was a tall man in white color court dress. Gold mask with one half showed the half sun, and another show half of a full moon and a white hoodie. He also wore a pair of white gloves and black boots. "Are you all right?" Chief Fireman asked. "I am fine, and so are these two," the mysterious pro-hero responded. "They need some medical attention." The firefighters and medics helped Yoko and little George to safety. Unfortunately, those 2 people, the woman and the child, were the only ones I was able to save. "I came here as fast as possible," he explained. "I see. Well, at least you did all you can. Only if there was more pro-hero like you showed up, then maybe. Chief Fireman looked frustrated. "Do not judge yourself too hard, good sir. You only did what you can. If anyone here to blame, it is that notorious League of Villains," he said as he swayed his hand over the chief fireman's face, causing his eyes to flash a small light. "What do you mean?" the chief asked. And, sorry, but I didn't get your name. I am Judge Light, the hero of light, and I want you to do me a favor, he said. The events that happened was seen and heard everyone. The majority of the public didn't understand why the pro-hero, except for one, didn't come to stop the fires at the Tokyo Children's Hospital, but stayed at the first incident. Some people blamed it on the Prime Minister for hiring all local heroes to be his personal bodyguards and ordering them to not leave from his side at all, ultimately preventing the heroes to come to the hospital's aid. Others said that there was a bad communication between the heroes and the emergency response team. More people said that the pro-heroes were too busy dealing with the villains who attacked the government, preventing them to help the people at the children's hospital. One thing for sure was that the victims' family and friends, especially the parents of the patients, those children, were utterly upset about all of this. Little George and Yoko were the only survivors from the East Building, where the majority of the child patient goes to for an educational and recreational purpose. The other 10 children, whom Yoko was teaching to in class, including other nurse teachers, children from different classes, and doctors, all perished their lives. This horrible event became known to the entire world. A lot of people from remote places all across the world posted their condolence comment for the victims on social media sites. But a lot more people posted negative comments about the pro-heroes and the current Japanese government. A lot of people also began to take the League of Villains a bit more serious, and even proposing that this incident and Uschi incident are interconnected. Some people said something like, "Why didn't the pro-heroes save the children in time?" Or, "How come only one guy showed up and rest stayed? What is up with Japan's politics?" Uncertainty circulated within the Japanese government and the country as a whole. The Prime Minister of Japan was backlashed by media and political opponents. In this situation, one man rose up. "Good evening, everyone." A single man spoke up with a mic in his hand as he stood on a podium while public people gathered around him and his guard. As you all know, the recent events had caused a lot of concern in communities across this beautiful nation. An evil group, known as the League of Villains, first attacked our #1 hero high school, Ua High. Then, they attacked our government official and the children at the children's hospital. This is the worst event to happen in the history of our peaceful country since the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, in my opinion. Are we going to allow those notorious, evil villains who are probably plotting their next attack get away with it? Some public people replied with a big no. Then, the only way to get rid of the villains is to completely eliminate them. Purge them so that they won't hurt our children and our lives anymore, the man exclaimed. The public who gathered around the man cheered. This was the start of the hot debate that would haunt me, my friends, and everyone at Ua High. But that is a story for another time. Moving forward. It was a day later after the two horrible incidents. Both our national government, including a special guest from a foreign country, and Children's Hospital were attacked by the League of Villains. 3 villains appeared at the government's building, where the first attack happened. It was a group of villains called the Mole Brothers, and I learned quickly that they were the same villains that my classmates and I faced back during Uschi attack. Fortunately, they were stopped by the pro-heroes at the time of the attack happened. But that was only just a distraction for the actual real attack. The second attack happened at the Tokyo's Children's Hospital, about several kilometers away from the government's building. Only the emergency response team, like the medics, firefighters, and local police were at the scene. But they couldn't do much, and a lot of people have lost their life. There were a handful of survivors, but the saddest part of this story was that about 20 to 30 children who were part of a special class, taught by the nurses, were among the victims of the attack. Only 2 people, a young nurse and a young boy, survived thanks to only one pro-hero who showed up at the scene. That pro-hero, named Judge Light, along with Chief Fireman who was at the scene, spoke with the media on the day of the attack after the hospital was crumbled down and the fire was finally put out. How many people had survived? What's the number of the damage? Is the League of Villains behind this? The media asked multiple questions at the chief, buzzing to him like flies at a garbage dump. I cannot answer all your questions at once, but as a chief fireman, we are doing whatever we can. First, I would like to introduce the pro hero who arrived at our need, Chief Fireman said, as he stood back to allow Judge Light to step in. Thank you, Chief, he stated. Good morning, everyone. My name is Judge Light. All the major news networks showed Judge Light on TV, wherever it is across the city, and people who had it on. The chief and his fellow firefighters, including medic and local police, are doing their best to find any survivors. As for the reason why I am the only pro hero presented currently, other pro heroes are on duty at the first attack, where our government has taken a hit. This was all due to the unfortunate timing for us, pro heroes, and perfect timing for the villains to strike. I was the only one who was able to receive the emergency call. A scale of an attack like this could only have done it through an organized group. The police forces are currently investigating both incidents, but I highly believe that this is all due to the works by the League of Villains. It only makes a logical sense to attack one place in order to distract the majority of local heroes, while the real attack takes place at a distant different place. I declare them guilty of the charge on this matter. What would happen next, Mr. Judge Light? Would the League of Villains attack again? One of the news people questioned. It is a matter of time when those notorious villains attack next. The evil will strike again. They may be even planning more attacks as we speak. That is why we must stand up to them, Judge Light exclaimed. We must pass rightful judgment on them, and all members involved, and any nefarious villains who intend to harm and abuse their own power to destroy peace out there. We must purge these villains if we ever want everlasting peace for the people, our children, and their future. Judge Light's words spread like a wildfire or virus. Many people took to the social media, replying and reposting his interview clip, video, and text. Some commented question, like, what does he mean by purge villains? And others said, yo, I think Judge Light is being serious. I think he's saying we should kill villains. The response, like, killing villains is a bit overboard. They're human, too. And they killed 20 to 30-ish children. I don't think they're human at all. All villains should be burned to hell. At my school, UA High, there was a lot of talking or gossiping among the student body. Everyone was literally on topic about everything that happened over the past day. I thought those League of Villains were a chump, but they're a really serious group. One male student commented. I know, right? Now I'm really scared of them. One female student remarked. If they pulled off an attack at a hospital like what they did, what are the odds that they will attack UA High or any other hero schools? Another student concerned. Even my classmates were talking about it. You guys watch the news? Eli asked. I did, and I have to say, holy carrot, those children. Usagi said, looking very sad while eating her salad sandwich. I know, right? It's just horrible that those same villains we met did this, Uraraka stated as he drank her juice. She, Midoriya, Tenya, and the frog girl named Asui Tsuyu, we go by her nickname, Tsu, were with us, sitting and eating lunch together. We should do something about this, dudes and dudes, Eli exclaimed. Yeah, let's do something about it, Usagi agreed. Mr. Eli and Miss Usagi, I understand how you feel, but please calm down, Tenya ordered. He's right, you too, I spoke up. Even if you say that you want to do something, what could you do about it? It's best for the pro heroes and the police force do the job, so you said. Eli and Usagi sat back on their seat, looking disappointed. Hey, I understand how you feel, Usagi-chan and Ele-kun, but we're still in high school and all. We're not even licensed hero, at least not yet. Like Tsu-chan said, let the pro heroes and the police do the job, Ochako said. True, but say, what do you think that new pro hero, Judge Light? Eli asked. What about him? Usagi asked. He means your opinion about him, Usagi-chan, Sue explained. Well, I don't know. I can't tell by his mask if he's strong, handsome, or whatever, if you mean that, Usagi thought aloud. That's not what I mean, Eli responded. I mean about what he said on TV and stuff. About the whole purging the villains. If you ask me, I think he's the first pro-hero dude to ever say something like it. Well, to be honest with you, Suyu said, I don't think that's not a very good idea. Heroes supposed to stop and arrest villains, not to hurt them so much that can take their life away. It's common sense, and it just wouldn't be right if he does it. I agree with Tsuyu-san. Even if it means to stop a villain, it would only make yourself a worse villain if you kill a villain, Tenya added. Yeah, I know that, but I don't know. I mean, even though it is illegal, technically heroes back in the days used to do it, Ely argued. You know, back when Quirk was first started and all. That was in the past, Mr. Eli. In the present now, it is whole a lot different, Tenya rebutted. Well, what do you think, Midoriya and Kai? He asked me and Midoriya. Oh, well, it is plainly obvious that you cannot just kill a villain or hurt them to the point that it would kill them. That just would make the person who did it a murderer, Midoriya said. What about you, Kai? Illy asked. What do you think? I really didn't care much about this topic, but I bet myself that he would keep asking me this until I answer it. So, I said, to be honest, I don't know. Everyone looked at me with interest. It's true that the laws say you cannot kill someone, even if that person is a villain. But then the question comes, how would you protect yourself from villains? What if killing is the only option? I mean, self-defense is one way, and it's probably the only thing that allows killing to be necessary. But that's only for defending yourself. Hence the reason why it is called self-defense. However, these days, most people rely so much on the pro-heroes that they don't know how to self-defend themselves, unless either they have some kind of quirk that's useful in combat, or just good in martial arts. If anything, I think it really comes to the person's choice. So, are you saying that heroes should, kill the villains to stop them? Usagi asked. It's not that they should or shouldn't. I am saying that it is more like their will. I don't know how to say it, but let's just say it is the hero's choice to do what's best in given situation, I answered. So, what if the hero did it? Ochako asked. Then, that's that. The pro-hero who did it would just be arrested for murder. It's simple as that, I explained. Everyone looked at me with sparkles in their eyes, as if they felt impressed by my words. Dude, that was like very deep, Ile commented. Really smart, Usagi said. Yeah, Ochako nodded in agreement. I never knew you would be very philosophical, Mr. Uno, Tenya remarked. I sweat dropped in response. I only said what I thought. It wasn't anything special, but this topic seemed to be more interesting than I thought. After lunch was over, we began our afternoon classes, but everyone was also busy with their training for the upcoming UA Sports Festival. Even with the stuff happened outside our school, including USG incident, my class and everyone at UA High can't slack off on our training. One day, my big sister and homeroom teacher had a special announcement. Good morning, class. I have a plus ultra news for you, she praised excitedly. Everyone looked at her and said in their thought, she's too excited. Today, 2 new students are joining us, she announced. 2 new students? We all gasped over dramatically. They are transfer student as part of this school's student exchange program, announced from their original high school, my sister explained. Please welcome them. 2 new students stepped into our class. I heard a bit of exciting shriek from the girls' side, especially from Usagi. The 2 new students were both girls. The first one had a long, brown hair styled in half up and half down with a braid, green left eye while the right eye was blue, and fair skin. She stood at 5 feet and 3 inches, and also wore a silver bracelet. The second girl had a tan skin, magenta for eye color, and medium, wavy light blue hair in a ponytail style. She stood at 5 feet and 2 inches, 1 inch shorter than the first girl. "Please introduce yourself, ladies," my sister said. "Hello, everyone. My name is Arisa Kawasaki. I am a transfer student from La Ultra High. It's a pleasure to meet you all," Arisa introduced. "Greeting, everyone. My name is Felicia Marvell, and I'm a transfer student from London Hero Academy. I'm honored to be here, and hope to get along with you all," Felicia said politely. Her English accent was really spot on in my opinion, as that was what everyone in my class thought too. "They will be part of our class and staying with us. Please be nice to them," said my sister. "Who does she think we are? Kindergarten?" I commented in my mind. Nonetheless, we got 2 new transfer students in our class. That makes 12 students for my classroom. So, what do I think about my life so far as a high schooler? Well, if anything, a lot had happened. First, I met various kinds of people with a wide array of quirk at UA High. I made friends with some of them, and they're not a bad people either. I learned that my older sister is my homeroom teacher. Despite my dislike for that, at least I am most comfortable with her as my teacher, sometimes. We experienced our first fight with villains and learned about the harsh reality we would eventually face. I joined a club, even though I didn't want to, but I got to learn more about my upperclassmen. Overall, I guess my life as UA High student are good so far, but I can't stop shaking this feeling about my purpose here. Am I really supposed to be here? What would have been if I weren't accepted into UA High? Is becoming a hero worthy? I hope to seek my answers soon, but all I can say is, I got to move forward. MHA line of good and evil. Ending theme. The Day. By Caleb Hiles, English cover. The music began as Kai Uno looked sad and confused until he looked up and see a shining light. He reached for the light as it engulfed him. The instrumental part showed the member of his class, Class 1L, with their names showing as each of them presented in order, with his sister in her hero costume appeared at the end. The next scene showed him walking alone in the rain, while multiple neon lights showed different words like heroes, villains, good, evil, and choice. He then stopped to see a mirror in front of him, showing his own reflection, but in his hero costume. His right hand glowed with energy, and he gritted, smashing the mirror. The next several scenes showed the hero, like All Might fighting Namu, and then Speed Girl fighting Zap. Near the very last second, several silhouettes towered over the fighting heroes, with Judge Light fully revealed in the middle, looking ominous and powerful. The finale scenes showed his classmates, showing off their quirk with a background of the clear blue sky. At last, Kai Uno jumped into action with his fist glowing in hot red color, as he punched at something seemingly invisible.